Okay. Hello, everyone. Let's start our conference. Yeah, I hope that everyone can see me well and hear me well as well. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, developers, architects, consultants, analytics managers, QAs, dear data community, business partners, data enthusiasts, and all those who decided to be with us today. My pleasure to welcome you in 4th annual data analytics event, Autumn Data Conference. My name is Bohdan Hay, and I'll be your host today. Conference itself is a unique product of entire data practice to share our expertise, experience, beliefs, and vision with you. Why we decided to make it? Having around 7K data experts around the world, it won't be fair not to share, gain knowledge and experience with you. Why it's Autumn Data Conference? Well, November is a good time to start making conclusions, contemplate on lesson learned of the year passing by, call EPAM, and start planning the next year. Let me introduce our org team. Alexandra Kalmakova, it's our energizer who is extremely talented in coordination and execution. Her impact in conference success cannot be overvalued. Alina Dotsenko, our guardian angel. Alina helped us a lot with finding proper people and provided brilliant ideas on how to make the conference exclusive. Tatiana Fadeeva, our master of persuasion. Tatiana helped us a lot with process coordination. Natalia Melchenko, our irresistible and bright inventor. Natalia creatively approached to make the conference interesting and fun. And my humble person, I was an inspirational leader of this conference. Conference usually takes dozens of efforts to make it happen, first of all. And second, make it interesting and exclusive. We are not an exclusion here. Multiple teams join us to assist with preparation. Communities management, global and local marketing teams, internal and external communication teams, video engineering teams, data analytics regional heads, CTO offices, technical and business experts, consultants, and many, many others. I'd like to share a few interesting conference facts. Definitely, the conference is global, interactive, and AI focused. We have involved more than 60 people in preparation for this conference. Around 800 hours to get this prepared and provided to you. We have organized 45 participants from different countries. And also we have reserved 10 prizes, 10 valuable prizes for the winners. A bit of conference history. The idea itself came to us from 2018. We started our first conference offline. It was for 70 participants, and there was only one stream. And this conference was conducted in UA scale. Second, our attempt was also in UA scale. There were 120 participants, and also there was only one stream. And it was like for presentations, right? 2020 and 2022 were skipped due to the external global events, which actually are well known. So we came back to the conference 2021 and made it online. And we've got, I would say, like not bad results. It was more than 2 case reviews over the year, and it was again on UA scale. We have actually good feedback and try to accommodate all this in our today's conference. There were 3 streams divided by competency. And definitely this run is a bit different. I will tell you why in a bit later. And definitely we will highlight some plans for 2024 on our closure. So conference structure. So today's conference is divided by 3 streams: vision and strategy, architecture and storytelling, and engineering. We divided the streams based on technical granularity. Conference is started from the intro talk, and then our data analytics practice leadership will conduct a keynote speech. Then there will be 4 presenters in each stream. Panel discussion, where we will discuss really hot topics regarding AI and machine learning. And then I will actually conduct a summary, provide some interesting statistics collected during this conference, and share all this stuff with you. Total conference duration is planned for 6 hours. I'd like to highlight the importance of moderation role. Today we have dedicated four moderators. It's Daria Sidorenko, who will moderate vision and strategy team, Vasily Tomanyuk, who will moderate architecture and storytelling stream, Ivan Kravtsov, who will moderate engineering stream, and Dmytro Ryskovsky, who will take care of roundtable. Moderator, this is a contact point for the audience. They'll be collecting your questions and providing them to the speakers. Besides the facilitation, our moderators will take care of entertaining you, providing like really great jokes they prepared. They'll be in charge for schedule management and definitely convey the messages from the team. During the conference, I'd like to highlight 3 topics, 3 you might be interested in. First of all, this is presentation materials from our speakers. If you have any questions during their presentation, feel free to shoot your question in VR community Q&A channel, or ask your question directly in YouTube broadcasting channel. If you're interested in making career with EPAM, just hit the link provided in this slide, or contact local recruiter. Or if you are a business partner or future business partner, definitely you can contact EPAM sales, and we will reach out to you back. Sorry. Yeah. Then this is online conference. We have developed different interactive activities with you, and I'd like to highlight few of them, and more details will be obtained from our moderators. First of all, it's Stay Tuned nomination. We have crafted a quiz based on materials of our speakers. Top 5 quiz winners will get valuable prize. Definitely, it's a subscription linked to LinkedIn trainings, annual subscription. It's a valuable prize. And the top 10 will be posted on our Hall of Fame. It's actually same link which you guys used to get registered for this event. This is your community webpage. Another nomination, it's Stay Active. Definitely our speakers crafted their content very attentively, very thoroughly, right? And each question you guys will ask during their performance will raise your chance to become a winner in this nomination. And the last nomination, it's social activities. We would appreciate if you make a photo while listening to our conference, post this photo in your social networks, and then there will be a chance to get randomly chosen and get to become a winner in this nomination as well. More details, as I said, will be provided by our mentors, our moderators, sorry. And last but not least, it's a feedback. Definitely, we are looking forward to make the conference better. And what we need, actually, your fair feedback. So we will provide a link, have to leave the feedback. And I promise that all your feedback will be taken into account to plan and execute the next conference 2024. Actually, that's all from my side. And I think that you enjoyed listening to this. And I'd like to pass this stage to our data analytics practice head and leader, Val Tsitlik.
Hello, and welcome to our Autumn Data Conference. Let me tell you about our practice a little bit. We are a global organization today, helping our clients across the globe in solving and tackling some of the more challenging problems they have, transforming themselves into a truly data-driven enterprises. And to bring all of this to life, we're bringing our expertise not only in data engineering and cloud engineering, but also some of the more advanced kind of expertise in vertical knowledge and a deep understanding of their business problem, as well as our excellent expertise in artificial intelligence, in our data product development, and basically everything that is required to truly change the organization and truly harvest the opportunity that this new technology, new approaches bring into the market. We've started our practice with just like many other of our competitors, just basically with a focus on business analytics, building dashboards, building reports for our clients, and specifically for their financial and other organizations. But very early on, we recognized the opportunity that big data was bringing to the market. Specifically, not just a new set of technologies, just such as Hadoop, Mongo, Elastic, but also a new way of thinking about data, a new way of managing data, new way of scaling the ambitions of the data organizations. And this was our initial sort of growth point, is building this very, very sophisticated engineering team to support at that point very, very raw and very mature set of technologies and mobilize them to support our customers' needs. And then when the cloud became a new enabler for and solve so many problems of infrastructure provisioning, of slow growth of different capabilities, and open this new new opportunities to our clients, we were on the forefront of taking all of these analytical workloads, both traditional and big data workloads, and migrating that on our cloud technologies, and not just migrating them on our cloud technologies, but rethinking and reinventing them within this brand new cloud paradigm. And in parallel to that, we've invested in our artificial intelligence capabilities, bringing some of the best talent that we've had in the market to focus on more complex areas of artificial intelligence, such as natural language processing, computer vision, deep learning. And this became a real capability in the last 4 or 5 years, as our clients realize that once they have this amazing data platforms, amazing technology capabilities, they can start turning this into something a lot more meaningful than just a set of dashboards and reports, but rather into our complex customer-facing applications that can anticipate customers' needs, that can solve hard problems for the customers without having a human in a loop. And at the same time, we've been recognizing that to really truly solve the challenge of data transformation, it's not enough to build the technology. We need to build a meaningful set of consultancy to help our customers take advantage of all of this, and specifically understand what use cases to solve around in using the data, how to establish the meaningful organization around data and analytics program so that organizations work together at common goals versus competing with each other, how to bring together some of the IP and solutions to help customers in various verticals, which required for us to grow much deeper expertise in various verticals such as life science, insurance, financial services, and other. But market is not standing still, and today we're seeing that market is taking a new, very exciting turn. The generative AI certainly swept the news and taken a hold of a significant mind share of our customers. So they're all looking at how this new set of interesting capabilities can be weaved into their existing data and analytics capabilities to take them to a next level. But that brings not just sort of a need for an expertise in generative AI, but also all of the things around regulation and risk management as you're deploying these complex capabilities. How to build this very new and still very young technology into something that is robust and operational within the confines of the sort of modern enterprise is another area where we see a massive opportunity. And to truly make this work, you need a high quality data. And today data governance is probably one of the hottest subjects that we are talking to our clients. And one of the biggest problems we're solving for them today is establishing a meaningful governance around on their data platforms, around their data assets. And finally, if before we're solving the cloud problem for our clients, today cloud not just a reality for them, but living and having this data assets on multiple clouds is a reality, and not just doubles, but sometimes increases the complexity of solutions by the order of magnitude. And again, it requires very thoughtful and very careful engineering and design from us to help our customers live in this very complex multi-cloud world. And it's not enough just to bring this expertise. Today, it's not enough just to be a good engineering shop. We're bringing and we're building and bringing with us multiple assets, multiple accelerators, tools, products, and orchestrating them into solutions. So we are daily investing in the tooling into these accelerators, so that in bringing some of our best engineers, some of our smartest architects to look at customers' problem and see how we can create some assets that will help them move faster. Maybe you've heard about Mikhail and Yuriy for analytics that help us move some of the workloads from not just from on-premise to cloud, but very often today from one cloud to another cloud. How, again, we've mentioned the data governance and all the technology and frameworks we have around this, but also computer vision accelerators such as Grain, our framework for data transformation, which we call Data Factory. All of this is a very deep and heavy IP-based solutions that we bring to the market with our clients. And lastly, but I think maybe most importantly, our engineers today cannot just learn something. As you even seen in our history, we've reinvented ourselves as a big data practice, as a cloud data practice, as an AI and ML practice in the span of 10 years. And I think this reinvention will continue, which means that our engineers not just need to go and learn one thing or another, but they need to be continuously learning, continuously improving ourselves, continuously growing in their careers. And we investing in building we're building both kind of expectations, but also tools to help our engineers, our consultants grow. And this is, significant part of we as a practice investing in today is the various programs for our growth. And some of these growths will clearly be in generative AI and overall in the AI ML. So to tell you a little bit more about what we're doing there, I hope that you will spend a little bit more time and hear Alexei Zhukov, who will give you a bit of a story on how we're looking at this big problem and how we're excited to face this AI ML as a practice, as EPAM, and take us into a next level of opportunities, next level of complexity, next level of solutions. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Alexei, and I'm privileged to lead a global AI team at EPAM. So today I'm here to give you a brief overview of what is going to be at this conference, which concerns, topic of the day, which is AI and generative AI, and, give you a glimpse at what is going on with this technology in the world and at EPAM as well. So I won't be bothering you with the 70 and change years of history of AI in the world. It's been here for a long time. Everyone heard of these tuning machines and things like that. Just one example how it can be transformational is in '94, when recommender systems appeared on the market. It coincidentally led to Amazon becoming one of the leading, goods providers in the world. And today we are living through really an eruption of this technology. I'm saying eruption because this is a continuous trend. It's not something happened, and now we are living in the post explosion effect. It continues to happen on a weekly basis. We're getting news about this technology, providing us something new and something revolutionary on the market in terms of capabilities. Luckily, it was not completely a surprise for us because we've been at this field of data science for more than 16 years at EPAM. And during those years, we've been focusing on a lot of things. And I'll talk a little bit more about this, but it's computer vision, it's NLP, which is effectively a precursor to generative AI, advanced analytics, responsible AI. And we've been doing it, making things production across the industries. And often we, by the way, find synergies between the industries, bringing solutions which are applicable to one industry to another. And we are not working on this alone. We have really tight partnerships with majority of the leading technology vendors out there, with those organizations and communities which drive AI forward, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Databricks, we are very, very strong and deep in open source as well. And we're not just partnering, for sales sake. We are also helping some of those clients to bring the analytical solutions to the market as well. During the years, we created a number of products and accelerators you guys actually can use. For instance, I do hope you heard about Dial, but also we have SynGen, and I'll talk again more about those accelerators in the next slides. So in terms of where we focus on today, and it's still relevant. If you guys think that generative AI will do it all, I think you are mistaken, because the future is in cross multimodal solutions. So we've been focused on advanced analytics, computer vision, where we are one of the leaders in the space. In my humble opinion, we are the leader. NLP, but also EPAM, due to the nature of our business, our focus was always delivering things for real, for business value, and for production. Consequently, we put a lot of effort, and we have a lot of experience when it comes to personalization of AI, all the way through from data to to end user experience. Naturally, and today, this is extremely important even more, because finally, with advancement of this technology to the market, legal compliance speeds up as well. Responsible AI has been a major focus for us for years now. And another aspect of this, which also becomes increasingly important, this time due to generative AI specifically, when we started to design those systems which combine humans and AI interacting, working together to do large-scale optimizations and transformations. So human-AI interaction is one of the focus areas for EPAM as well. And if you want to learn about this, you can. We are going to have some sessions, and we are going to have people talking about this during this conference. So again, just a few accelerators we have. Some of them you know is used. For instance, Telescope AI, I'm pretty sure you are familiar with Telescope. We also have Info Engine. We have accelerators helping to enable, like for instance, LegalSci, which is designed to bootstrap deep learning projects in production setting. We have a couple of cool from data science perspective accelerators as well, like for instance, SynGen, which is synthetic data generator solution capable of providing better synthetic data than traditional security techniques like masking can do. Other cool and flash ones like Virtual Try-On, which, by the way, won a number of awards when implemented for a client. Recommender systems, because this is what most of the clients do, as well as others. So, as I said, Gen AI is really transformative, and it was revolutionary. But for us, it was more like a revolution than a revolution from technology perspective. At the same time, the speed of adoption of AI increased. And with Gen AI coming to the play, making more human, and really, if you think of it, Gen AI becoming so popular has to do with a number of factors, right? So one of them is actually experience. So what is different before ChatGPT came out and after it did? Now, normal, not PhD, deep mathematical human beings can actually go and use multi-billion, hundreds of billion parameters models on their own. So another thing is it's actually easier to do the first step. So now it's accessible. But if we are talking production solution, underlying conclusion out of this really is that if before it was more of sequential kind of approach to creating solutions to production, meaning you have your business goals and ideas, you have your technology up to date, and you're kind of trying to marry one and another to get the business outcomes. Today you live in flux of all three or four components actually around this, right? So your technology is, as I mentioned, continuously changing, and it's actually disruptive every second week or so. Like recently we had OpenAI Day, which, we still to explore all the changes it means, not necessarily tactically, but also strategically on the market when it comes to applying generative AI to production. LangChain, Codian, like all of those tools, they are kind of blooming out there, right? And today we have around 40, I think, models out there on the market you could use for production benefit. On the other hand, you have legal and compliance landscape. And again, it's in flux. Europe did major moves there, and now US is there too. But it also happens very rapidly. Only, I believe, this week or end of the last week, Biden announced an executive order designed to take care of responsible AI use across, focusing on a number of industries, right? So it happens as we speak. And another one we shouldn't forget about is actually experience. So one of the things GenAI brings is a transformative experience across different industries. So to really design those solutions, it's not enough to have scientists in the room. And by the way, data is still the king. You not only need to have data architects in the room, you also need to have user experience people, you need to have organizational people, change management people, because that sometimes means organizational structures. You need legal compliance people as well. And, basically you need cross-disciplinary teams to work together. And this is how we structured EPAM to do just that. So we created a number of virtual teams around industries, around horizontal capabilities to tackle the GenAI opportunity for internal and client benefit. Speaking of complexity, we kind of live in the evolution of business vision in my mind. So especially when it comes to GenAI, it started from this flashy, like a lot of buzz, and basically the question of the day was what can I do with GenAI, which in my mind is the wrong question to ask. The right question to ask is what kind of differentiated data assets I have to position, what kind of new experiences I can deliver. So now we are moving to POCs, and after that we are going to pilots, and after that, naturally, and it already is happening, clients are starting to double tap on data platforms and data engineering required to make differentiated offerings in GenAI space. And this is exactly kind of how we think about it in terms of how we structure internally to achieve those goals, again, both internal and external. And internal is also critical. We have cloud enablement as a part of this. We have data as a part of this, but we also have advisory and OCM, which is closely interconnected and integrated into overall offering. We also have enablement offerings from data perspective. Like data factory is more relevant than ever, and data governance, given the additional benefits, but also risks GenAI provides in terms of security, requires even tighter control than before around this. Quality is still an open debate in terms of LLM quality measurement. So MLOps and LLMOps now is changing, but it's also a crucial factor, and it's going to be. And this is what's going to differentiate EPAM going forward. And we create a number of accelerators to help with that as well. And we'll talk about some of them. So just a few examples, and it's a lot of going on in this field at EPAM, and you might want to explore it on on your own as well, and we'll share links how to do so, and as well as people, as well as we have sessions in this conference. But just a couple of highlights. So first one, it's a lot of demand today, and in the last half a year or so, maybe a little bit more, around creating conversational kind of data navigation assistant interfaces. So we went ahead to create an accelerator around that, and to make it more fun and cool, and also to help some of the industries where it's more relevant, we created this Unreal 5 avatar interface on top of conversational capability, which can talk to you, sympathize, can hear, can listen, can answer, right? So Catalog Advisor So this is a precursor. So just imagine that tomorrow, instead of when you're looking for, next thing to buy, you're not using keywords and tags anymore. Instead, you have a dialogue with the system. Like I have this personal experience when I bought a camera and, I wanted to buy a connector to connect external microphone to it. I spent 2 hours on Amazon trying to find the right one. In the end, I actually bought the wrong one. So imagine instead of that, I actually have a dialogue with Amazon or whatever, the store of choice. And it has understanding of my preferences, of my history, and, in dialogue with me, finds out additional requirements to narrow down the goods target and put something in my basket. So after this experience happens, no one is going to look back to old ways of interacting with the system anymore. So another one, and this is a very big topic at EPAM, and I'm going to touch on it, is around productivity. So most of those enterprises, they're still on some legacy software and hardware. So we are heavily investing in IP around helping them to accelerate the journey of transformation from legacy to modern using GenAI. So just a couple, it's a long list. And so I'll move on to a couple of highlights. So one of them you guys should be aware of. I hope you are. If not, I highly recommend, you kind of not just research, but also use it. So the EPAM team created this tool for you guys, right, as well, to enable fast experimentation around different types of models. So what it does is effectively it provides you API gateway and interface on top of a number of models, and it's not just Azure or OpenAI. Well, it's also Bedrock, it's also GCP, it's also open source models. Enable you quickly experiment with them in safe and secure fashion, within your environment. As well as you have interface where you can where you can prompt engineer it, where you can create your own prompts collection, so on and so forth. And that idea behind is to enable EPAM folks to use GenAI for their productivity, purposes in their day-to-day lives. I confess, I do use ChatGPT in a number of things I do on a day-to-day basis, from writing emails, to generating some new ideas as well. Another accelerator, which we actually have just signed a contract with a client to apply it. It's not the first one, but a big one. So it's around transforming the educational industry and our investment in to make this happen as well with the clients. So there is a research, more than one, that personalized education actually helps significantly bootstrapping the kind of rate of acquiring the knowledge and the level of and quality of the education, across different audiences of different talents and different skill sets. So EPAM has created this virtual learning assistant accelerator designed to do just that, right? So it's based on our conversational accelerator as well. So what it can do, basically based on your content, based on your math, or based on your biology, it potentially can be applied to other scenarios as well. It can help you using Socratic learning capability to study. It can help to do, it can test you using quiz generation capability. It can help you to create lesson learning plans and can assess you and so on and so forth. And I had a meeting with one of the clients who is in kind of changing the world business. And they asked me, can we use that to raise the level of education in underdeveloped countries? And, after some thinking, I said, yes. So that's just, I'm saying this just to give an example of how GenAI can help to transform the world, not only, for financial gain, but also just to make it a better place. So this is actually the biggest and largest portion of GenAI iceberg for EPAM generally, and I think that affects I hope you most of all. This is generative AI impact on productivity in engineering, but it's not just engineering, right? Like I won't be talking about call center automation, human machine, swarm-based intelligence to run the enterprises. Here, let's just focus on software development lifecycle. So there are a lot of publications out there promising that Gen AI is going to improve productivity, across different office working kind of functions. And as you understand, for EPAM, it's not just optional. It's required and it's mandatory to apply this technology if it can be applied to increase our own productivity. And but we don't believe publications. So what we did, we invested thousands of, I think at this point it's already many years, into figuring out how to actually make it work really. And there were a couple of interesting findings there. Like for instance, individual productivity, surprise is not equal to project productivity and so on. So at this point, we created a body of knowledge how to properly use generative AI, properly meaning for, where you actually get a productivity gain across different functions and across different levels of people and across different kind of areas of the projects and as a consortium of to SDLC. Again, there are going to be talks about this. Just stay tuned and learn more. And one thing I want to say, going to the next slide, if you haven't yet passed some sort of prompt engineering training, then I highly recommend EPAM. You should. It doesn't matter who you are, account manager, developer, tester, experienced designer. This is something everyone will be using, like in the upcoming couple of few years. And they are going to be more productive by using this. So not trying to scare, and it's also fun, but this is something you need to study today. And EPAM invests a lot in educating personnel around AI use for productivity. And there are a number of trainings already available for you. And there are a number of trainings that were not just created by EPAM, but also you can reach out through our partners in education as well. And we have curated lists, to bootstrap you in the field. And again, this is a huge and very broad field, very exciting. No one can, in my opinion, just forget about it and continue doing business as usual. My favorite anecdote on this is my personal one. When I arrived to US first, I met a friend and he was a software engineer, and he was complaining he couldn't find a job, and asked what he was doing. He said he was basically a Cabal developer. So I'm not saying we are all going to become Cabal developers, but the programming tomorrow is going to be different from programming today. Testing tomorrow is going to be different from testing today, and so on and so forth. So as a part of this conference, we have a number of people, experts, ready to share the experience around certain aspects of AI and Gen AI. And I highly encourage you to join and listen to them. And it's a lot of fun subjects, starting from practical ones, like where you actually see it with how we actually see it working for clients, not in theory, like for instance, in automotive industry. We have deeper dive into quality around all levels. We have, lections, we have talks about visual and very fun one. Image generation aspects of it, data, how it all ties back to data, and what do we need to do with it, productivity, and so on and so forth. So don't miss it out. Thank you, and welcome to the conference.
Hello, dear community. Once again, welcome to our Autumn Data Conference. So my name is Vasil, and I am one of our mentors today. And basically, we're getting to the main party right now. And let me give you a brief how we'll be moving on today, and also a few other information for us to get aligned here. So now we are switching to our streams for you guys to go to our most interesting topics. And let me give you a brief of what streams we are having, how you can switch to those, and we will proceed with it. So we're having today 3 streams, as Bohdan mentioned. So we're having architecture, storytelling, we're having engineering, we're having vision and strategy. And within each and every stream, you can find something interesting for you. So for architecture and storytelling, we are having today topics like data platform, craftsmanship for the retail beast, visual generation AI, ETL and DB conversion and automation, and AI-powered fatigue detection. For engineering stream, we will be reviewing LLM's role in modern search strategies, cutting through the noise and how to detect misleading content in real time, secure Azure Databricks infrastructure with a click, practical GenAI problems in context of information theory. And for vision and strategy, we'll be reviewing advantage or interruption in productivity, moving from application to data centricity in life science, present and future of LLM ops, and the road ahead for AI application in automotive. So for architecture and storytelling stream, we will stay within this stream here as we are talking. And for engineering, vision and strategy, you'll be able to find appropriate streams on VR community, or links are available in our YouTube stream chat. So you can switch through different streams. You can see a schedule on VR community. You can see links to the streams. So please join and find the most interesting one, what you like. And one more topic about our activities. As Bohdan mentioned, so we are trying to entertain you guys as well, for it to be interesting and entertaining. So we are having 3 parts for you. So the first one is quiz about the conference. So the link will be shared in the chat as well. So this quiz, it has been opened and it will be active till the end of our let's say speeches within our streams. And there are 14 questions and pretty simple ones. So if you will follow our speakers, so in the question in Kahoot, you will be having a photo of our speaker. So questions are pretty easy, and it will be entertaining, and you're having a chance to win a great prize for yourself. So this is about quiz. For social media contest, so we're really eager to see your photos, your videos, how you're looking, how you're attending our conference. So feel free to take photos, videos, and post those in Twitter or in Instagram with the hashtag Autumn Data Conference, which you can see right now on our screen. And also we'll be having a third nomination about the best question of the stream. So please be active. Please take part in our quiz, in our social media contest, and it will be fun for everybody. And basically, when we'll be done with all of our streams, with all of our discussions, basically 4 topics in each of the stream, we will merge back again to this stream where we're having architecture storytelling, where we'll be having a round table with Dmytro Leskovsky. So basically, that's the whole intro from myself. So please choose the most interesting topic for you, the most interesting stream. Once again, you have a link in YouTube. You're having links and agenda in our VR community page. And see you in 10 minutes within our streams. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mikhail, and I'm responsible for growth and development of data analytics branch in Ukraine, where data science, machine learning, and AI take the spotlight. It's a great honor for me to be part of Autumn Data Conference 2023. Here at EPAM, we contribute a lot in people's development, their upskilling into cutting-edge technologies to empower data science, machine learning, and AI capabilities. Throughout the conference day, you may realize the true transformative power of data science in AI. Ukrainian team of data scientists and ML engineers organically complement our global team, 400 enthusiastic professionals. Our customers highly valued our expertise, dedication, and diligence. We crafted more than 10 unique educational programs for our people to become better in the field of data science and AI. For our customers, we developed more than 20 AI enablement programs to respond to their needs way faster. I'd like to thank you for attending our conference today, and let's harness the world of data together.
And we're back on air. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a chance to grab a cup of coffee because we're having a lot of different and interesting topics to discuss today. And we're starting our architecture and storytelling stream with wonderful presentation named Data Platform Craftsmanship for the Retail Beast. So our speakers today are Yuriy Kolesnykov, the solution architect within EPAM, and software engineering manager Volodymyr Tysiak. So guys, nice to see you here. I hope you're having a great mood to present to such a great team here. So yeah, the mic is yours. Let's do it.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And today we'd like to share our experience of taming a retail beast with the enormous amount of data. We'll discuss the challenges of current retail business and how we managed to address it with our data platform. Right. So my name is Yuriy Kolesnykov. I am a data solution architect in EPAM. Volodymyr Tysiak is with me. He is software engineering management. He's working in EPAM as well. And recently we've been working for one of the EPAM customers that asked to help with their challenges. Right. So around the agenda here, I will shortly introduce the context of this presentation of the problem. I will briefly explain the retail industry landscape of challenges and how they and we approach this. We will discuss the data platform that we implemented for this particular customer, and of course there will be technical details around AI in our data platform and specific challenges that we met and that we managed to overcome, right? And in the very end, we will have some time to ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer all of them. Let's go then. So first of all, there is a really great potential within every modern significant business that accumulates data, significant amount of data. We are living in a data world, and to manage and unveil the hidden potential of this data is one of the cornerstone challenges today. This hidden potential can make a real big transformation for a business. It can play a role of a game changer, after all. And with having this in mind, our customer asked EPAM to help with their data, to help to unveil this potential, help to transform their business into a data-driven one. And this is what we will share today with you. First of all, it's about the retail industry landscape, and most of the modern businesses, maybe even all of them, have some history, have some background, and the information systems haven't born today or yesterday. They have born many years ago. So every enterprise, every modern business has legacy parts. They have various stack of technologies. They have sometimes they have poor integration between their systems, but all of these systems, even legacy systems, have valuable data that we can consume, that business can consume and turn it into business opportunities, right? But for in the many cases, the data are siloed. This data is not connected, is not consolidated. They have this data have different formats, and this is a problem. The problem is how to use all of these kinds of data if they are siloed. And this is where data integration shines, to make these silos of data integrated is a significant challenges, even because the variety of the sources. I mentioned internal systems, internal variety of the systems, but there are also external systems like social media, like third-party products or services, and this makes the challenge even bigger, because the amount of the problems or issues we need to solve during this data integration and consolidation grows exponentially because of this, right? So and this is the first thing. But on the other hand, this data still needs to be governed, right? So the data needs to be consumed ethically. This needs the data consumption needs to follow legacy restrictions. The data consumption needs to follow compliance regulations. So having this scattered landscape of the data, it is pretty obvious that the access management, the ethical consumption, and following all kind of legacy restrictions and requirements is pretty challenging. Yeah, so this is one of the most important aspects. We see that the data complexity, the data landscape complexity is high, but also the requirements are significant as well. And having this in mind, we still have our business in mind, right? It's not just data collection and following the restriction and ethics. After all, we need to make our business, and doing business. We from the business perspective, we need to see and analyze the data, the business through the data from multiple aspects or in different contexts. First of all, most of the modern businesses, at least almost all significant size retailers, manage a portfolio of brands. It's not just one brand that a company uses. Usually, there is a number of brands that company has on them, and what business needs. It needs to understand the performance of each particular brand. They need to understand the influence of one brand on another. They might want to see some kind of synergy of the brands. So this is one of the context that is interested for a retailer when they analyze the data. Another one important aspect is a channel. Channels for the retail is obviously brick and mortar stores. There are mobile applications, online websites. This is what we call omni-channel. And without having omni-channel approach, the modern retail business cannot survive, of course. And comparing the performance of different channels is one of the important things as well. The channels can complement each other. The channels can have their own specifics, the different approach to communication to customers. And again, this is how business want to analyze their performance as well. Another important thing is location or geography. One obvious thing is when it comes to brick and mortar stores, they are located in particular geography, in a particular city, town, in particular country, region, in different regions of the globe. But when it comes to online or mobile purchases, the geography turns into the location of the customers. We need, or business needs, to understand the geography of the consumers, of the customers, where they locate when they buy products. And there are two kind of different views on the location. First of all, it's our physical presence, and the second thing is customer physical presence. And the last one, but maybe one of the most important things, is customer view. And understanding understanding of the customers is really crucial for the retail business, because it's actually their customers is all they need, all they want. The more customers we have, the more they spend, the better the business, and it's obvious. And so this is one of the most important focal points for the retailer is their customers. And when it comes to the customers, to be more specific or more precise, we see the following strategy for layers, 3-layer strategy. Sorry. First of all, of course, the more customer spends, the better customer is. We just can check how much money a customer spent. We can treat them more or less valuable for us. But again, the occurrences can vary, or customers can vary. If I just bought something for significant amount of money, and that's it, I just don't want to buy anything else, I'm not a customer at all already. I just did my one-time buy, and that's all. There's no need to communicate me again, because I won't buy anything. I'm just one-time customer. That's why there is second level of this strategy, RFM segmentation, which means the recency, frequency, and monetary segmentation. So we look at the customers from perspective of how recently they made their last purchase, how frequently they do the purchases, and how much money they spend, of course, because money is the key. Anyway, so this is where we solved this issue with one-time buyer. We can understand whether a customer will come back to us, whether we should treat them as our valuable one. And of course, the pinnacle of this pyramid is the personalization, because segmentation is aggregation, is data aggregation anyway. But to be the most performant business, the personalization is the pinnacle, or the goal. We strive to tailor the most suitable product, the most suitable basket, or most suitable set of products a particular person needs, and this will bring the whole retail business to a very high level, to the highest level ever. Right. So how to reach this? Of course, to reach this pinnacle, we need the data about our customers, about the customers we want to communicate. Usually we collect a lot of different data from different sources. The sources can be, again, what I mentioned, e-commerce websites, the real store and communication with our sales personnel, the loyalty systems. Of course, there is a loyalty program in our retailer customers business, and many of the customers become members of the loyalty. So having this data from this amount of the data sources can bring us to the position when we can develop and create some marketing and communication campaigns, and this will help us to set up communication, to set up the relationship with our customers, get the understanding of them, and propose, suggest the proper service, the proper products, and develop our business this way. Right. So here is when segmentation comes to play, and not just segmentation, but also so-called lifetime value of the customers. First of all, segmentation helps us to understand the behavior of the customers, the behavior, and try to predict how they will behave in the future. So having similar customers in the past, we can look at the current customer base and try to predict and separate the most valuable in the future customers from the customers that are not going to continue our relationship. So let's say this way. So this prediction gives us an idea about how often or how much time, how much money this particular customer potentially can bring us in the future, or can spend their time and their money with us, right? Yeah, so this is one of the key things. We can identify the customers that are unlikely to be efficiently communicated, right? So this is one of the part of business efficiency, and not to spend resources on inefficient communication, but instead focus on the communication with the customer that can bring value in the future. Right, and in addition to the, as I mentioned, in addition to the internal data sources like retail stores and e-commerce stores, we also collect the data from the external sources, like social media, but also we try to get their feedback, not just directly, but also indirectly. The direct feedback is pretty simple. It is pretty clear. The customer gives the feedback through any channel that available for them. Either it's call center or SMS, email, anything else. But also when we perform a marketing or communication campaign, we can measure how efficient this campaign is, and this is kind of indirect feedback for us from the customer. If you want to communicate something but customers don't react, then this is clear feedback for us that we are doing something wrong and we should adjust. So this is the high-level summary of what we want to know about the customers to achieve our goals, to adjust our business. Of course, this is personal information, the history of purchases, which transaction they made, which particular products they like, how frequently they purchase things. We want a history of any other communication with our business. Is it feedback, problems, or I don't know, just like or share of our posts in Facebook or something. We also know the so-called demographics information, like geographic things like education, occupation, kind of family size, and so on. We also would like to know the preferences of the customers, what they like, what are their hobbies, interested, and so on. And of course, what I also mentioned, the participation and activities within loyalty programs. We are the customers welcomes every customer to become a member of loyalty program. There are certain benefits for them, so it's not just beneficial for the customer, for the business, but it's also beneficial for the customer. And here's what a summary of what we can do with this data. Again, what I already mentioned is we can separate loyal and not loyal customers. We can target potential loyal customers with something special, with some special benefits to keep them happy with us. We can understand the shopping patterns. Maybe the patterns not just about products, but about the location where they prefer to buy things, the time of year, the time of day, and so on. We can understand the brand's preference. There are people who is loyal, who are loyal to a particular brand and stick to this brand for a long period of time, but then there are people who want to try or who wish to prefer to try different brands. So we suggest, we do different suggestions for these different categories of people. We of course use different contacts of the person, of the customers, to identify the most efficient communication channels, right? I mean, some people prefer telephone call, some people prefer emails, and adjusting the preferable communication channels will bring better relationships, better response from the customers. And of course, the channels of purchases is what I briefly mentioned already. Some people prefer online, some people prefer offline. Some people prefer some particular geography location. Some also someone choose promotions mostly. Someone just buy the usual product they prefer. And yeah, briefly, this is what we can get out of the data we collect about the customers. Now a couple of slides about the approach and architecture of the data platform we implemented to target these challenges. And first of all, I'd like to highlight that in our data platform, everything we produce, we treat as a data product. Any raw data that we manage to cleanse, we manage to transform and consolidate and produce some clean and tidy data set. This is a data product. Then we can enrich this pretty simple data product with something advanced, with something like insights, some product from AI or machine learning, and having this chain of data products from simple to advanced, and the most advanced stuff slightly brings more and more value. Every particular data product adds its value, and in the variant of this change of the chain, we've got a data product that encapsulates all of the added values that created by whole chain of the products. And of course, all of the products are available for the data consumers, not just end of chain product. If someone needs just a basic data product, it's there. If someone needs the advanced one, it's there as well. All of them are available for the users, and but we see that they have different added value, but it's not what data consumer needs to think about. This slide is just highly reminds about the data sources we've got. Of course, it's our stores and transaction loyalty activities and so on. So I won't keep long here. What I'd like to highlight is that to prepare to start in the very beginning of implementation of the data platform, we used the template we've got in EPAM. EPAM has this powerful template that is suitable not just for retail company, but it's suitable for pretty everything that is data platform related. So this is pretty powerful tool for jumpstart every data solution, and this template, of course, considers data acquisition, data access, and AI and MLOps, but the key thing built in here is data products. Of course, this concept of the data products is here as well. So everything we produce as data products, and there are various ways that data products can be accessed. And this is what actually we turned into the template. This is how our current data platform implementation looks like. There are various data sources available there. There is an ingestion layer that allows to connect new data sources without much of the effort. The data storage keeps history about the data change and data processing, about the processes of the data, and of course the important thing, we manage data access and restrict the access to the sensitive data. And the main point and the main area is, of course, the data transformation, data analytics. We implement a number of data transformation pipelines. We prepare data analytics products, but one of the key things is the data and AI exploratory area, where data scientists can do the experiments, can prepare the ideas and turn them into the data models, into the models, and then these models can be productionalized. It's not enough just to do an experiment. We need to productionize this experiment, the result of this experiment, and this is where MLOps activities or MLOps feature is necessary. So this model can be deployed automatically. This model can be monitored and retrained if it's necessary. The MLOps staff monitors the metrics of the model results and automatically retrains it if it's necessary. But it's important that both data analytics products and AI products are published as data products as well. So the data product can be anything. It can be published and can be accessed through various of the channels, whether it's dashboard, whether it's exported files, or REST API. So everything is data product, and every data product can be accessed with different interfaces. So this is actually my part. I would like to share with you. And the next thing is I'd like to hand over to Vova. He will share more technical details, I guess, with you. Thank you.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Thank you everyone for joining this this speech again. Thank you, Yuriy, for this great start explaining the business context and also an overview of our data platform itself. So next slide, please. We'll dive a bit into the implementation itself. How can we leverage AI and data engineering in our solution to reach all those goals that we got for our customer, and basically AI. So leveraging AI to transform the customer experience, enhance customer loyalty, boost sales, achieving deeper insights into customer preferences, and promoting some kind of hyper personalization, and providing the outstanding shopping experience for customers of our customer, right? And data and AI, that's basically the keystones of of our solution that help us to achieve all those goals. Next slide, please. Into what kind of, let's say, we'll just remind what kind of challenges, what business purposes we're trying to achieve, and how our data platform allows us to do that, transform the retail business issues into something that brings us more value. Again, data platform allows us to get the automated reporting as a crucial part of results that we're gonna have that we need to provide to our end users and make some results. Marketing campaigns, effectiveness analysis, how much like our strategy, our logic is feasible with our purposes that we're trying to achieve. Data security, that's again the important part that we have to manage, and that allows to care about the data, about any sensitivity of the data, because we manage a lot of data about customers, user information, and some purchases history. Large language model, that's kind of modern, right? Modern solution, modern, I would say, part that gonna stay with us and help us to achieve our goals in more optimal way. And our firm segmentation for marketing, how we kind of trying to develop models, predict any kind of customer behaviors to get the more insights of the data, analyzing all those data, running the continuously data pipelines with the pre-trained models, etc. Next slide, please. Yeah. So again, just to get the more enhanced customer understanding, creating models, collecting all those necessary data, variety of different sources, segmenting them, predicting future trends, creating dashboards, all that necessary part. Based on also all this information, recommendation system, which is again plays the crucial role in the let's say promotion campaigns and different marketing strategies, and define the these key metrics, and defining the behavior of marketing that again brings us to the targeted goal. Marketing and sales optimization, all that stuff brings again more value, right? Operation efficiency, leveraging AI and data platforms. One of the recent use case that we got through LLMs, that's a product categorizations, right? Like managing different products and usage of this huge amount of data for marking, defining, and splitting the best suitable products to the proper category. That's leveraging all these modern approaches. Next slide, please. That's how our pipeline looks like. How we're trying to develop our models. How our approach is working and brings us to the efficient way of transforming. So we are starting from the learn and plan, where we are establishing a clear understanding of the business, defining the problems, proposing some potential solutions, and trying to get the final result, final solution, I mean, in theory. After that, we start in data collection, analysis, how it fits to our goal, how it applies on our solution. After that, model development, all that, I would say, regular data science, machine learning stuff to apply the logic and create some kind of solution which applies and brings value. After that, we're trying to get metrics constantly running our data models and collect the result of all that stuff. Pipelines and automation, that's also, I would say, the part that we also paying attention to, because everything should be automated. Nothing we're trying to eliminate any kind of manual steps, manual interaction to the system. So everything should go through the automated process. People, process, and customer experience. So we're trying to define the usage and ensuring the adherence to the procedure, ensuring models are implemented according to our customer goals. Monitoring, that's part of monitoring how our model system behaves, and review the result. If something needs to be revised, optimized, that we just proceed with the next, let's say, from the beginning of our framework approach. Next, please. Yeah, Databricks will touch a bit also in few slides later, but Databricks, that's our main, I would say, platform which we use to achieve all our goals. Essentially, that supports different aspects of data processing, either just data preparation, data collecting, data analysis, and as well data science and ML lifecycle. So out of the box, the data science system allows to manage different, Databricks itself allows to manage different different kind of source data for that part that relates to the machine learning preparation and processing feature stores out of the box, it's everything in one system. ML runtime, experimenting different models, running them constantly by some schedules, getting results, measuring those results, having the single place where we can where we can register and have the versioning control over our models and share with someone, to work as a team to get the more results. Monitoring and logging, that's again the part which is the process of developing and and analyzing how our system behaves and can be improved. Next, please. Yeah, so few concepts how in general data platform enables that unified data source, right? Everything in one place. We start from the data collecting and we are ready to provide results after all those steps of data preparation, data transformation, data modeling, etc. Scalability for extensive operations. We are managing a lot, millions of customers, billions of transactions, and we didn't have any kind of issue to scale up our system, right? Because again, that's thanks for the platform capabilities and also the solution that we have created to easily scale up on the different purposes, either as kind of some business purposes or heavy load of data or end users. Data lineage and connectivity to get results, to get the view of the connections and linkages between different components of the system. Databricks for model management we already covered, right? In the system that allows to manage all that ML part. Accelerated development with LLM. Again, LLM, that's a modern thing, right? That we have to use to ease the process that probably the assistance in our engineering development work. Control data access and security, the part that we also kind of that we cover and we shouldn't forget about to ensure the sensitivity and safety of our data. Data reliability assurance, that's the part that again considering all that stuff of scalability and variety of different sources and constantly growing number of end users, we should be strictly confident that the system behaves as expected. Next one. Challenges and considerations, right? So what kind of challenges we got? How did we resolve them? And yep, next slide, please. We'll dive a bit into that specific cases. Multiple dependencies, the part where we have a lot of moving components and data sources which kind of separated by the different vendors, right? And we need to we need to manage, and we need to always keep in mind that something might change, and we need to develop. We develop the system to cover that part. All right, so delayed transactions, the part also that impacts our system a lot. Some kind of late arrival data, complex linkages key, intricate data quality process, the part that is mandatory and we have to care about. Limitation of default incremental load, some kind of limitation of the system, and diverse and dynamic data sources. The next slide, please. Yeah, Databricks as a game changer, as already mentioned, that's a crucial part that we have to care about, and that allows to achieve all our goals through Unity catalog workspaces, Delta Live tables, Databricks notebooks, and Databricks ML stuff, which basically means that all our purposes are managed within all that system. Next slide, please. High-level Medallion architecture offered by Databricks that consists from 3 levels of say transformation, bronze, silver, gold. We are following like a proposed solution, and we are completely satisfied with this approach. We have a variety of different sources. I would say kind of sources, because that's some files from different cloud providers, APIs, delta sharing feature that allows to get some data from another environments managed by Databricks, SFTP sources, and as a result of all that stuff, reporting and the exports of our data sets. Next slide, please. Yep. Basically, our framework that we implemented and allows to manage all that stuff. That's instant response framework that any kind of change, it's gotta easily get onboarded and developed in our solution. Data lakehouse architecture, that's nothing new. Help us to analyze data on different stage, different moment of time. Cloud agnostic platform, that's also the important part that we try to achieve, where we are not like strict to some cloud provider, like a Databricks in our platform, and everything that under the hood is just we do not care of, right? Because we easily can in any moment of time migrate to another cloud and they keep the shape of our system as it is. The next slide, please. Scripted and automated deployment that we already covered. Everything is automated. Integrated data quality checks as a crucial part of data quality gates, proactive logging and monitoring as well. The part that allows to manage all the data insurance. Next one. The essence of our framework that we developed, everything is orchestrated through Airflow, but that easily can be changed, like it's for some different orchestrator. And also we right now thinking about some kind of more, let's say, Databricks native approach of the data live tables to manage the solution of orchestration of the entire platform. There's kind of hierarchy of the levels and like a units that perform the work: Airflow DAG, Databricks workflow, Databricks task, and the custom PySpark task. Airflow DAG, Databricks workflow, Databricks task, that's pretty familiar. I believe that's part that allow you to manage the execution steps on the different levels and make the dependency between all that stuff. But the latest part, PySpark task, that's our custom implementation of chaining different steps of execution that we'll have a look in a few slides. Next, please. The solution that we got, single customer view, that's the implementation that we got, like having the different customers and applying some kind of graph implementation on those customer information. We get in the result, we chaining the different customers, identifying this single customer view for the specific customer, leveraging all those variety of different sources and applying the data on top. The next slide, please. Yeah, that's how the logic of our framework looks like. You can see the framework consists from like I have these amazing features of the YAML-based declaration, task extension, SQL logic applying, and the custom incremental load mechanism. And the last slide, please. That's about our future plans, something that we already covered. Computer vision, camera vision, and virtual reality. That's more insights of the data that we can collect demand forecast, predicting future behavior, fraud detection, real-time analytics, and omni-channel, the part that we already started, and we see the beneficial for bringing more value for our customer. Yep, that's it about data platform. Do we have any questions? I would.
Yes. Volodymyr, Yuriy, thank you very much for covering such a challenging topic. It's humongous. I'm not sure how you fit it in, but thank you very much for that. So we're having questions on our portal. Let me read those one by one, and let's address them. So the first one, first question. How do you protect and do not share personal data such as name and surname, trying to get a connection between social networks and personal data kept in database? Because we should protect this data and inform person if we want to share some personal data anywhere. Yeah, so basically question is about working with personal or PI data. Who can address this?
Yep. Yeah, I can answer. So again, Databricks is a platform through the different masking technologies, right, and isolation levels, defining groups which might have access to the specific portion of data, defining different permission group levels, and applying rules on the specific data categories allow us to manage all that stuff. Like dividing, let's say, the data that that might go to the like external target. That's more about, you know, like a semi-business isolation, and we just like boundarying all that stuff with the data masking and some kind of data preparation on the framework itself.
I'll just add that we don't bring PII data to social media. Otherwise, we bring social media data to PII data, to restricted area of our PII data. So we don't share sensitive data. We just enrich this data with something we can get from social media. I hope this answers.
Thank you very much. So the second question, why are you adding RFM segmentation to AI capabilities? It does not take in any artificial intelligence to group customers into segments. It's just sorting.
So the nuance here is that for different categories of products, there are different understanding of RFM category. It's not just sorting. You can think about buying an automobile. If you buy automobile every year, even if every year, it's pretty frequently. But if you buy a book just once a year, it's not frequently. So in these terms, an AI needs to analyze all variety of the data products of the products, and understand what is applicable for every category of products. So what is really frequently, what is really high amount of money, or where it's just a little bunch. So that's why it's not just sorting, not just categorization, but it's kind of smart categorization based on the variety of the products. Hope that this helps.
Thank you, Yuriy. Thank you for that. And the last question for this session, Volodymyr, particularly to you. Can you explain that if you go through the implementation approach and our model accuracy is low, should we get back to step 0, or we can have other methods? Probably the question is about implementation of some kind of ML or AI model.
Yeah. So fortunately, like I'm not the person who like in particular work with all that data science part. We have the dedicated team, but definitely the part that we can get insights. Like we shouldn't like get at the first stage, right, of our implementation. probably define some key metrics as soon as possible to understand it, like a prettify and adjust our data model with some experiments on the another sandboxes areas, and adjust them accordingly to the expected results and metrics that we're trying to get.
Okay, clear. Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Okay, so we will be wrapping up our first session. So Volodymyr, Yuriy, once again, thank you very much for this topic, for highlighting this. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So team, our viewers, please stay tuned, because in 3 minutes we will go to, we will be having a bit of magic. So we'll be having a topic, visual generation AI, understanding the tech behind the magic. So please stay tuned, have a sip of coffee, and see you in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Generative AI. We bring production-ready solutions to expedite clients in Gen AI transformation. We have Gen AI Innovation Hub, ready-to-use POC and accelerators and cross-functional team of experts to support our clients. Generative AI Virtual Tutor Assistant. EPAM Virtual Tutor is an Gen AI-powered L&D accelerator designed to provide a personalized learning experience to various groups of students via quizzes, flashcards, Socratic learning. Personalized Meta-Human Assistant. Virtual Assistant is a question and answer solution powered by LLM and conversational interfaces for a broad spectrum of tasks supported. Unlock the boundless potential of your business together with us. Contact us on epam.com. Computer Vision Solution is an end-to-end CV-powered products development from an idea to productization with diverse list of use cases. EPAM is ready to develop the variety of solutions from virtual try-on, which redefines digital and retail experiences and customer behaviors. Two Computer Vision-powered AI Merchandiser Accelerator for CPG leaders to optimize store-level sales performance and enhance operational efficiency, as well as an advanced recommendation system for the fashion industry that takes into account both traditional information about customer preferences and the customer's sense of fashion by analyzing the visuals of products that arouse consumer interest. Unlock the boundless potential of your business together with us. Contact us on epam.com.
Hello again. Nice to see you all. And we're good to proceed with our topics. And as I promised, we'll be having a bit of magic now. So please welcome our next speaker, Mikhail Tolmachev, our Director of Data Analytics and Consulting. And he'll be talking on top of the topic, Visual Generation AI, Understanding the Tech Behind the Magic. So Mikhail, welcome. Hit it.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Hope you can see my slides.
Yep.
So my name is Mikhail Tolmachev. I'm part of data and AI practice at EPAM. I'm leading computer vision competency, so mainly talking with our clients about possibilities, how this technology can drive their business. However, nowadays it's all about generative AI, mainly text-based, but I decided to highlight that there are also very big possibilities to apply visual generative AI for different use cases. So I will be talking about how this technology works on, let's say, high level, what's inside it. We will look at two main, let's say, appliances, such as generative adversarial networks and stable diffusion. Definitely nowadays, stable diffusion beats GANs, but still we need to understand how it was all growing up. Maybe soon this competitive landscape will change. Also, we will be talking about the use cases where different business segments are already thinking how they can enhance their processes and optimize their business. So there will be a couple of demos as well. Also, we will talk about one more important thing about ethical and social aspects of using generative AI, as well as what's kind of future improvements we expect to be done around this technology, and then Q&A session. So I'm happy to answer all of them. So let's move into the visual Gen AI. So initially, visual Gen AI was born in 2014. So one of the godfathers of deep learning, Jan Goodfellow, he introduced this new type of neural networks, which, let's say, on a high level works in the following way. So we have, let's say, an artist who generates some image, and we got a critic who, let's say, provides some feedback. Basically, it's kind of, let's say, classification model, which whatever likes or dislikes what generator or artist created. And the main idea around it that we train it in a so special adversarial or competitive manner. So in the end, not artists generate some kind of two unrealistic images, nor critic, let's say, says that everything not hits the target quality. Yeah, so they are kind of in balance in the end. So this kind of AI is so-called unsupervised machine learning, where we do not provide examples, like, for example, like colleagues previously were talking about retail. For example, if we do retail sales forecasting, yeah, we have, I don't know, stock available at the warehouse, we know their prices, we know past demand, and based on those inputs from, let's say, recent information, we can predict some sales. Yeah, so here its task is the same. Basically, we got some kind of parameters we can change inside, and we are asking to generate these models to generate new images, which is original and unseen content. So, but again, this approach can be used as well for music, text. Yeah, text definitely. ChatGPT, everyone, I believe, saw it and used it a couple of times in their routine previously. Yeah, but that was in 2014. Since then, there was, let's say, kind of evolution made to it. So because initially GANs were specifically, let's say, engineered, I will be talking about right now so-called style GAN. It mainly related to human images generation. So its goal was to create a super high resolution photorealistic images, so that you can create. You see some of the people using it for deepfakes, but yeah, you can also use it for marketing purposes and other purposes as well. So what was behind the style GAN? So initially, it was creating not very high resolution images in the beginning, and they got some problems like with the noise inside. Some artifacts were available and visible. Also, the image quality wasn't really good, so that's why, let's say, style GAN second was introduced, which covered all of these topics. Later, the style GAN third was introduced, which makes the generation of those images kind of comparable to real human images. Plus, they were made a lot of inside optimizations so that such neural networks, they can even run in real time, and they can be used for, let's say, different applications. Also, they introduced during this research style mixing, which basically provides more precision and control during the image generation. Plus, you can, let's say, use some kind of focused areas where you just only want to make changes without, let's say, changing the overall identity or the overall image. So, for example, you can change hairstyle, facial expression, or something like that. So nowadays, it's really transforming the overall approach how humans were using different image editing tools. So it's both applies to graphic design, fashion, character creation in, for example, computer games, or some kind of rapid prototyping of different ideas by designers, or even it can be applicable for personalization. But about personalization, we'll be also talking a little bit later. Also, it started the new kind of way of how artists are making their performances, how that the artists start to use all of these technologies to make some kind of public exhibitions, some animated walls, and etc., which was previously unavailable, but nowadays it's all can be possible thanks to this technology. I will show you a quick demo of one of the applications, how it can be used like. So here we use model on the top left as an input. And basically here our GAN is trained in that manner that we require the input recent age of the target persona. And then we can change the output of, let's say, different age categories. So I think initially it was like 25 years old. And then we changed to like 35, 55, and maybe 70, just to show how it works. And it works in real time. And I believe you were already be able to experience this in different movies. For example, recently I was watching the latest Indiana Jones, and for some of the scenes, because Harrison Ford is already at his age, they de-aged Harrison Ford. So he was looking like when he was making shots of his first Indiana Jones. So this is kind of one of applications of this technology, as well as it can be used for beauty industry, for example, to make users have a feeling of how they can be looking like if they will be using some special anti-aging creams, and how they will be looking if they are not. Okay, so that's a little bit about generative adversarial networks. But now let's move on into the stable diffusion. So stable diffusion nowadays, I believe also everyone played with it, for example, Midjourney or SDXL from Stability AI. So it's a kind of new approach. It was initially introduced by OpenAI. Nowadays it's kind of community driven, and there are new releases around it. So basically, the difference here, main difference with GANs here, I will be talking about them a little bit later, but main difference here is that here we train the network that way that first part of it, let's say, transforms the image original image into noise, pixel noise, which would be completely obscured and you cannot identify anything what you can see inside. And then another part of this neural network, once we generated those noise, doing so kind of denoising by predicting how this would be looking like, for real. So one of the illustrations of denoising can be, like it's kind of like image restorations, which are done for ancient paintings by some museum employees and workers, where they are restoring and removing some damages, so it will be looking like in their original state. Also, when you run this denoising, you also got some control over it, but the main differences, for example, with generative adversarial networks here is that you can control diffusion mainly with text prompts and some tweaks, for example, such as denoising strength, which basically helps you to mix previous image with the new one. However, it can have limitations. I will show you on the practical demo what kind of limitation it can have. But the main idea is that it will grab, let's say, some artifacts from the original image. So the new generated will still have some kind of maybe bias or some artifacts related to the initial image. So what are the use cases for the stable diffusion? So the first one is so-called in-painting. So basically it allows you to show some, or let's say highlight some region where you want to make some changes. For example, like with guns, you can do changes, for example, around the hair, and you can, I don't know, choose the whole, for example, head of a person and ask, let's say, to redraw it with some other person based on this input. So this also can be useful for, again, old photo restoration or, let's say, making more perfect images for marketing purposes when you have low-res data and etc. Also, there are so-called outpainting, basically when you have your original image. So, for example, you can think of someone is photo shooting you in portrait mode. So you got the photo of yourself in a very, let's say, good resolution. But I mean, during that, the overall area where you were sitting or where you were taking a picture of yourself is not visible. So basically you can use stable diffusion to draw these things around based on provided context and based on the kind of creativity and graphics you want to have in the end. Also, it can be used just to generate images without using some kind of pre-existing ones to create them from scratch. That's how, for example, Midjourney works. When you just provide some prompt, typically a list of text, what you want to do, like, I don't know, Christmas market, I don't know, Glühwein, people like celebrating and something like that, and it will draw you some Christmas market which are starting to happen nowadays in Europe. It's also very useful, for example, for different creative aspects when you then design team or marketing team, they are prototyping of how they are thinking the new kind of materials would be looking like, so they can easily, let's say, generate a bunch of ideas and then choose the right direction where they want to go. Same can be used, let's say, for market research approaches. So another possibility how we can use SD is style transfer. So basically, there were a lot of apps which were doing this using more kind of classical approaches using just convolutional neural networks. For example, Prisma app, which were able to create, I don't know, if you have some image and you want to make it styled like Malevich, for example, pictures of Kandinsky, yeah, you can easily, let's say, use those filters and they will redraw your original image into that. So Stable Diffusion can help with the same. Yeah. Also, Stable Diffusion can be used for conditional image generation. I will show exact use case on that, where we have some kind of constraints and limitations for our image that we do not want to change a lot of things inside of it. So typically, so-called controls nets are used for that, which controls how the creativity of Stable Diffusion works, and so they do not allow to add kind of very big changes to original image. So they, for example, can be looking like in the same brand look, or I don't know, if we are changing something around the person would be in the same position, and etc. Yeah. Also, image-to-image translation is one of the other applications when, for example, you got some kind of, I don't know, very basic draw. Imagine some, I don't know, kid has drawn something on a piece of paper, and then you can use Stable Diffusion to generate a real art out of it. So it also can be used for much faster prototyping and ideation for marketing, or even creating visual effects in movies, or used for some architectural visualizations. But now let's talk a little bit about key differences between generative adversarial networks and Stable Diffusion. So again, GAN is kind of two neural networks. Basically, one is generating the image and another checks whether it's realistic or not, and they use both to produce images, and they kind of compete between each other. So Stable Diffusion does not use this competitive training approach. Instead, it's creates noise out of initial image and then tries to predict or denoise how it should be looking like in the end by training on very huge amounts of data. GANs provide very good control over features that are generated. You can kind of do a lot of tweaks inside. For the Stable Diffusion, it does not have that much. So you can control it with kind of prompts. You can control it with some parameters. For example, you can change the amount of iteration steps which are used by it to generate some image. Again, this denoising. So there are some other tweaks, but they do not provide same level of granularity which GANs have. Plus, sometimes you need to use so-called negative prompting, where you show that please do not do such kind of things. So, for example, models which are available right now, open source models, they are a little bit biased because they were trained on open data. And, for example, sometimes when you ask to generate some ethnicity, it adds, let's say, some kind of stereotypical visual characteristics, let's say, of that ethnicity to the generated image. Yeah, and to remove it, you need to, let's say, explicitly say in negative prompting that please do not do that. Yeah. So for the training process for GANs, it's kind of more, let's say, challenging, requires more kind of experience from the deep learning engineer or data scientist who is doing that, because of this kind how you're going to balance the generator and discriminator in the end. So that's the main challenge. For stable diffusion, it's kind of more straightforward, more kind of easy way, but there are also some challenges because typically, again, it's a really large amount of data required for that. We're talking about like millions of images. And so it means that it's distributed training with all of the outcomes. Also for accessibility and versatility, so GANs, they can be effective like in one domain for like faces or some styles generation. But if you want to have one model for like everything, they are not that flexible. But on the other hand, stable diffusion is much more flexible, so it can generate different paintings and outputs. So for example, if you can put in text prompt specific camera model, the output images would be looking like the images which were shot on this camera model, in addition to what you're asking to generate, like, I don't know, some landscape with a river and a lake and etc. Yeah. Then the last thing about resource efficiency, or let's say running it somewhere. So GANs nowadays, they can run on mobile devices. So for example, latest Android phones and iPhones, they support it perfectly for real time, like 60 FPS. You can even generate, let's say, higher resolution outputs. Higher, I mean, up to, like, let's say 1000 pixels by each side. Compared to that, stable diffusion requires more computing resources, but still there are some prominent changes what we see. Yeah, and yeah, we will talk about this a little bit later, but I believe this is, let's say, a frontier when the stable diffusion, you can run it in real time. Yeah, because nowadays you still need to wait, I don't know, depends on the model you are using, but sometimes it's like, and the hardware you're using, but sometimes it's like 10 seconds, 5 seconds, or even a minute. Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit about visual Gen AI use cases, and after that I will show you one demo. So let's start with retail, as we were already talking about it. So first one is personalized shopping, or how retailers now call it when you got AI in it, hyper-personalized shopping. So the first thing definitely to do is the virtual try-on, because now you can use a visual Gen AI to create different apparel which are looking on user. So they can have a feeling of how the overall look fits them. So basically it means that you can upload your photo and then let's say try some of the clothing on you. So it's still kind of area under development. Maybe some of you saw that Google this summer, I believe they published some preview of this technology, which works for one brand and for a limited amount of models. So basically you cannot upload any model you want, but again, the data set is pretty diverse. So yeah, it can provide you an understanding of how it will be looking like. So it means that in the end, you can try out clothes without visiting a fitting room. But again, it does not solve the sizing problem. Yeah, so you can only have an understanding of visually whether it will fit you or not, but how it will really sit on you, you still need to measure. Yeah, so this is kind of not yet unsolved problem for retailers. Another area where visual Gen AI can be used is to create personalized recommendations. So imagine we are doing, I don't know, some direct marketing campaign, and we are sharing with the users new outfits of different apparel, I don't know, like hoodies or sunglasses, something like that. Depends on the season. But you can make here a personalization. So for example, if you know that you're doing this campaign for specific region, yeah, especially if the retailer is a global company, you can easily use Visual Gen AI to create models who would be looking like the end users, let's say, locations. So it would be more personalized than rather than using, one size fits all approach with kind of preset models. Another area where Visual Gen AI can be used is for inventory and design. So for example, sometimes, not sometimes, but typically, imagine how new sneakers are created. So the designers, they go outside to visit some kind of downtowns of large megapolises. They look how people are, let's say, what they're doing, what they're wearing, where the trends are going. So they kind of document all of what they see. They take some photos, etc. Then they have a joint brainstorming session talking about what kind of be the next product look like, how it can be changed over time, etc. But as you can understand, this process can be automated with Visual Gen AI because you can use the same prompts. You can, let's say, fine-tune the same models on the existing data from the social networks, for example, or from other sources to, let's say, have a feeling and understanding of what visual trends are, where they are moving. And using such a model, you can quickly, let's say, generate different ideas and create samples to, let's say, make decision faster. For example, how next sneakers or hoodie for a particular brand would be looking like. Also, Visual Gen AI even can be used to predict like sales or returns based on different looks of the items. So basically, given the past history, you can use kind of some techniques which are available within those models to extract business signals to help you more accurately plan and predict what would be demand looking like based on this outfit or these colors and etc. And the last point here is about marketing and promotion. So basically, you can create customized advertisement campaigns to add more diverse demographics, or you can use some kind of displays where Gen AI is creating some kind of visual content in real time, reacting to trends and etc. So this can be also used, for example, in flagship stores of retailers to attract some traffic to those locations so the users can interact with it. So another area, let's say of 3 areas, is around media and entertainment. So basically films and animations. So Visual Gen AI can create characters and backgrounds. So in the end, it will reduce the amount of time workers are 3D artists are spending on generating those assets from scratch, and it will reduce the production cost and time. Yeah? So as before, for example, when Mandalorian series was shot, they were using actively gaming engines. So the actors, they were, let's say, filming not on the green background, but on the background of computer-generated graphics. And so they already had all the lightning reflections, so it was more immersive experience for actors. And there was no need, let's say, to draw and align all of these background schemas. But now you can use Gen AI for the same thing. Also, there are some ideas of using AI to create faster rendering even without computer graphics. It's super emerging area right now, but basically ideas that you can photo shoot some location from different angles, and you can move around it without doing the actual classical rendering when you need to have exact mesh, exact texture of something. You need to have light sources, etc., because it's all done by AI part. Also for automated video editing, scene creation, transition, special effects. Maybe you already saw Meta recently published this video AI generation tool and editor. I would say it's still not, let's say, ready for real kind of big movie productions, but it's very good directions, and it's MO edit, and soon it would be, I believe, widely adopted in the movie industry. However, there are some drawbacks, some, let's say, related to the social part, but yeah, we will talk next session about it. Again, for gaming content, it can create some game assets, some characters, textures. It can be used for creating, upgrading, let's say, old assets into more new one. For example, if some computer game is available on market for a long time, like World of Warcraft, they got old textures, and Gen AI can help them to draw those textures to the recent kind of gamers' demand. I don't know, to transform it into 8K textures, for example, reducing the time required for 3D artists to do that. Yeah, also it can help with maybe some personalization and game experience with characters and storylines, but still it's more of a fiction, to be honest. For music and performance arts, yeah, so like virtual concerts can be used using AI-generated visuals. So they can be, let's say, responding to music in real time, showing different visual effects. Maybe we'll see soon this in Fortnite on some other platform which are used for that purposes. Also, the deepfake technology, yes, it's kind of enables to generate faces of famous artists on top of maybe some less known artists, if you got the required IP, so kind of reduces again all of this time required to do some photo shooting. As well as Gen AI can be used in automotive, so it's not that kind of area which is very cutting edge, but still there are some possibilities to run some vehicle design and prototyping. So, for example, you can create some visuals of how the cars can be looking like, create some prototyping, and later using some connectors with CAD systems like NVIDIA Omniverse, for example, you can adjust it in a digital twin environment, and it would be possible to review. Yeah, again, it can be used for marketing and sales in automotive industry. And very important area as well is so-called autonomous vehicles, because we were not talking about this before, but Gen AI can be used to create synthetic data to, let's say, to have more, let's say, diverse data set, which will allow developers to train more robust systems without collecting the physical data. Yeah, because right now, so I'm located in Munich, and I see a lot of BMW test vehicles running around the city, and they are filming all the time how they are driving. But for that, you need a physical person who is doing that. But imagine that all of this video footage, it can be, let's say, enhanced using Gen AI. So basically 1 hour can be transformed into 100 hours by using different layouts, changing the daytime, changing the people the car sees, or the cars which are visible on video, and etc. But also, it can be used for other areas where data is required. So we're also using it on other computer vision projects to use like Stable Diffusion to generate more diverse data set. Yes, as well as it can be used to change some traffic conditions, weather, or road scenarios. One another use case I want to show you and to demo you is about the diversity I was talking a bit earlier. So right now we are working with one of the leading retailers, and the idea is that they photoshoot models wearing their apparel and then upload it to the e-commerce platform. So it's pretty standard. So you can see model on the left. Yeah. But as the company operates on the global scale, so they operate in all regions, and it means that they need to have more diversified models data sets. So, for example, to promote their sales, like in Asia and Pacific region, for example, yeah. But for that, you need to physically hire all of the models of different ethnicities, genders, age categories, etc., in order to do that. Yeah. So the idea was to use generative AI to synthesize such images for e-commerce platforms. So the first thing is that we are generating images in the same resolution, so they can be easily, let's say, moved into asset management platform because they are compatible. So how our pipeline works? So first we detect the skin regions, because we need to not only to change the let's say face of the model, but also we need to adjust the skin tone. For example, make it lighter or make it deeper. So first we run this segmentation and found all of the skin regions, as you can see it in white color. However, our segmentation model, you see sometimes for this belt on shoes, it does not detect all of it perfectly. But for that we got edge detectors which actually see this. Yeah, and also we use this edge detector to see the texture. So for example, we see here the texture of this dress. So we are not, let's say, adjusting it or adding some kind of hallucination. So it's kind of also was really tricky for us how we ask to inpaint, please inpaint only here, do not change anything around the dress. Yes, because otherwise it doesn't know anything about physics and gravity, and it can be start looking unrealistically. Yeah, and another point is that we are also fixing the pose of the model. Yeah, as I said earlier, we are adding some kind of boundary conditions here. So we are using this control net basically to run the inpainting using the same pose and the same, let's say, face position of the model. So it would be, again, would not be looking creepy. Yeah. Otherwise, kind of head can be shifted somewhere, and this shift of the head will not be looking anatomically, let's say, realistic. Yeah. So, and at the end, on the right, we receive, for example, here this Asian model with we can even adjust the hair, dress, etc. But again, for example, here you see that model added earrings. So, for example, to remove them, we need to add the negative prompt that no earrings. So this would be adjusted. Now we can add some reduce the denoising strength, but in that case, so with the model with a deeper skin tone, some of your skin tone may be heritaged by the newly generated model. But again, so there are some kind of tweakers, or images can be generated in, let's say, batches. So the 3D artist, the artist who will be then checking the quality before uploading to e-commerce platform, let's say, also can easily tweak something inside. But let's move on. So one more example. So for example, we use again the same model I showed you earlier, and then we generate different ethnicity models. So you can see that all of them are really realistic. We can address, change the hairdress style or something like that. But again, and you can see even the texture, the lighting, and the distribution it basically looks really great. So for some regions, for example, yeah, like here, it's a little bit maybe soapy. But again, there are also tricks how you can do this. Plus, you always can have, let's say, human in the loop who can make some adjustments before publishing. Because anyway, the real models, they're also being photoshopped before they do the publishing to the portal. Yeah. But again, using such realistic images, it's reduced the time of this Photoshop expert. So this can be done on scale. Yeah, another one example with this guy wearing a suit. So in this position, so for example, here, yeah, we generated different images. So this is, we were trying to prompt IT guy. I don't know, whatever it's IT guy in Berlin looks like that, but maybe yes. So another one guy in the middle is the cyberpunk version. As you can see, it's got some kind of dots here, like in Cyberpunk 2077 game. I also generated some kind of patches here, but again, yeah, this is kind of the hallucinations which are happening. This one was more for fun, definitely. Yeah, and then another, let's say, Asian guy with this top-up hairstyle, yeah, because we were explicitly asking to generate this one. But let's talk a little bit about ethical part of GenAI. So first is job displacement concerns. Maybe some of you have heard that there was kind of a strike in Hollywood recently by actors because they were against the thing that studios can use their, let's say, biometrical data, actually their faces, to do faster post-production, or I don't know, even apply their kind of biometry to another person who will be doing some kind of film shooting. And yeah, and then for studios it's cost reduction, but for the actors it can be job displacement. So because of that, Dune, the second part of the movie, being moved, yeah, as far as I know, to the next year, for example, yeah, right now. But yeah, in the end, they found some kind of agreement, and I hope this will be moving on. Also, there are biases in AI generation content, AI generated content, as I mentioned. For example, we face sometimes with when you are generating some ethnicities that it adds special visuals which are kind of frequently used by those ethnicities, but maybe only on religious, let's say, events. But still, the images are generated using those kind of artifacts, and it's not appropriate, let's say. So it means that you need to have some kind of maybe content moderation before you are publishing it. Another area is deepfakes and misinformation. So a lot of people were already using deepfakes, dropping that some politicians, I don't know, are giving speech on something, and then it was not happening for real. It can, let's say, produce some misinformation and lead to kind of different unpredicted consequences. So there are also some tools and frameworks which aim to combat this and detect it. But again, it's kind of classical competition, whether it will go in which direction. Yeah, because it even can fool the biometrical identification systems in case they are not checking whether the person is a 3D, is a real one, like, for example, Face ID, yeah, because it sends the laser beam, which basically, it's not laser, but infrared beam, which basically understands that your face is 3D. Also, another problem is hallucinations or maybe some kind of harmful imagery. So basically, it can generate, I don't know, extra button on some apparel, or I don't know, extra finger or extra hand for some person, or it can be make something in water. But again, So some content moderation and some systems on top which will be checking the quality outputs, which would be able to prevent it. Another one is around intellectual property, because sometimes GenAI can infringe existing copyrights, and it can lead to some kind of problems. Yeah, because for example, even this diversity demo I was showing you before, we can explicitly name some famous person. For example, I don't know, Angelina Jolie or Johnny Depp, and this generator will use his or her facial features to generate a new model. Yeah, because there were a lot of photos of celebrities on the internet on which this model was trained initially. And the last one is around privacy and consent, because not everyone is happy that if you post something on Instagram, on Facebook, this data can be used by someone for this AI training. However, big companies, let's say, they are do not do such activities, but others still can parse this information and use it for training and etc. But again, so here's the regulations which are evolving right now to protect us in the age of AI. So in US there is already an act on AI, which I believe now kind of in draft and discussion made by Biden. And there is also European AI Legislation Act, which is actively developing right now. So it should be, let's say, helping and protecting us somehow. So the last area is about the next frontiers before we go into Q&A session. So the first one is about video generation. Again, so soon I'm sure we will have super realistic video generation systems where kind of each frame was generated by AI. And again, so you can play with Emo edit from Meta just to see where technology is right now, but it will be, let's say, moving really quickly. Another area related to 3D assets generation. So basically, the main idea here is that using different visual content, you can easily create 3D models, which can be used. I don't know, for example, there is a new audio, or there is a new clip for some, I don't know, famous rapper available on YouTube, and you as a kind of publisher, you want to quickly move it to the other, let's say, areas. For example, create some skins out of him or models, and I don't know, make it available on Fortnite, and you can do this quickly without using some kind of 3D artist help, but just using visual Gen AI. So another aspect where we are moving is related to real-time inference, because again, so generative adversarial networks, they can run in real time, but stable diffusion still not. However, there are approaches, first of all, done by inference framework. So inference framework, you can imagine this as a kind of backend which executes the models. So there are TensorRT from NVIDIA or NNX runtime from Microsoft. There are also like CoreML from Apple, which mainly works on their hardware. Yeah, there is also TensorFlow, inference frameworks, etc. So all of them are aiming to provide us real-time inference. However, there are some kind of optimization techniques already. For example, for stable diffusion, there is latent consistent modeling. So for example, for our demo with visual generative AI around diversity, initially generation took like 1 minute of one image. Now it's 5 to 10 seconds, depends on the number of iterations and the prompt and the parameters. Yeah, so it's like 5 to times shorter already. So I believe soon, maybe even next year, we will have this in real time working, and again, it would be something really new. Yeah, and another one related to metaverse, all of this mixed reality things and etc. is generative 3D worlds with infinite landscapes, which yeah, also should be next frontier for the visual Gen AI to create super realistic environment. So that's it for my presentation for today. Thank you very much for your patience and listening. So maybe there are some questions which I can ask.
Yes, Mikhail. Thank you very much for such a comprehensive presentation. It's really a magic. Nice to see such amount of stuff that we can do with Visual UI. It's really interesting. So regarding questions, so what of the visual Gen AI solutions that EPAM been implementing had the most impact on the client revenue up till now?
That's a real good question. But again, so I would say related to the virtual try-on as of now have the most impact. Because this diversity project I was sharing right now, it's still under discussion, and my concerns are already shared, like job displacement, then IP rights, and etc. Yeah. But again, it's all like 1 year old, so it's still really hard to calculate the real outcomes. Typically, you can do this for more mature, let's say, technologies. But again, who is the frontier here will harvest everything, all of the margin.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And the one more question: how to deal with hallucinations within creating a visual Gen AI model?
Yeah, it's also a really good question. So basically, you can do some fine tuning when you train it around it. Then you can use some kind of prompting adjustments, because sometimes again it's it just biased towards some tags. Then, as I said, there is negative prompting. For example, do not draw earrings. And it will not draw earrings like it was for Asian model I chose. And again, there are some, you can change the ways for control masks, for example, control net related to edge, like doing some skips, pose or guidance scales changes. Yeah, plus you can adjust some of the architectural components inside the neural network. So it's basically how you cook it. The answer is how you cook it, plus what data you have, because if you show more examples, you can, let's say, change the way towards those data examples rather than open internet data.
Makes sense. Thank you very much, Mikhail. So I think we can wrap up this session. Mikhail, once again, thank you very much. It was really nice to have you here, and thank you for sharing such a great insights. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Dear audience, so we proceed with our conference. So a few reminders from my side. So the first one, it's about our quiz, which you can find the link also in our chat. The guys been sharing. So there are only 14 questions. Feel free to answer. We'll be having some great presents for our winners. And the second one, it's about our social media contest. So feel free to take your videos, photos, how you are attending our conference, having a lunch, drinking a coffee, post with our hashtag Autumn Data Conference, and we'll be having randomly choosing the winners of our competition. So please join our activities. It will be fun. And now we're having 5 minutes break to have a tense cup of coffee, and see you in 5 minutes. So we'll be having a next interesting topic, more like data and ETL-related ETL and database conversion automation with Vitalii Bondarenko. So stay tuned and see you in 5 minutes. Cheers. And welcome back to Autumn Data Conference. Just a kind reminder if you forgot where you are. Just kidding. So we're going to proceed with our interesting topics and wonderful speakers. So I'm inviting here Vitalii Bondarenko, who is our principal technology consultant, to talk on the topic ETL and database conversion automation. Vitalii, nice to see you. Mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasil. My name is Vitalii Bondarenko, and today I'm going to talk about the DB and ETL conversion, and specifically about automation of this process. So we will start from the understanding what the migration is in general, how we do the migration, and focus on the ETL migration and DB migration, and then go to the different approaches of the conversion and automated conversion of the database and ETL data pipelines. And at the end, we will talk more about the approach, how we can do this automatic conversion with the LLM, which is OpenAI large language models. And finally, on the last slide, you will see the final vision of the product we have developed here at EPAM, and we use it on our migration projects. And I will be really happy to answer your questions, especially to if you can share your experience in the chat. It will be also interesting not only for me, but for other participants as well. So a few words about me. I'm a technology consultant here at EPAM. I've been working for EPAM maybe, more than 2 years, and I'm driving at the moment the cloud data migration practice and the product owner for the accelerators and projects we have developed here at EPAM, specifically for the cloud data migration. More than 25 years in software development in general, and I've been just on different positions, on the head positions and on engineering positions. So I've been a head of data and analytics office and the cloud enterprise cloud migration office. And here at EPAM, I'm completely focused on the technology consultants and building that cloud data migration expertise. So I'm a conference speaker and a community influencer. I like being invited on events like that, and I really like to speak and share my knowledge with the other guys. So let's start from the migration, what it is, and how we usually execute it. So before going deep into the technical details, I would like to maybe give you this message from the Foresters. They said a year ago, they said that in next 2 years, we'll be in the middle of the huge migration from on-prem to cloud. And now we see this boom of the migration from different organizations, from the huge enterprises. Why it happened? Because at the moment, the cloud is more and more mature, and that those platforms which are present in cloud, they're more secure, they're more advanced, they provide the AI capabilities, and they can be easily evaluated in their cost consumption. So at the end, the enterprises see that they're losing having just this on-prem infrastructure instead of having the same infrastructure in cloud. And there's a huge competitive advantage to being migrated to cloud at the moment, but the process of this migration is really difficult. And we will just focus on the migration for the data platform, specifically for the analytics. If we start the project like that, we need to understand that there are different approaches for the migration, right? For example, you had right, in your on-prem setup, you have Oracle and Informatica and, for example, MicroStrategy for reporting. And now you are thinking of moving to Azure Cloud and having the Azure Data Lake. MicroStrategy will be replaced by the Power BI, and Informatica pipelines will be replaced by Spark. And you will have at the end the Databricks Delta tables instead of Oracle. So how we can do that? So there are, as I said, there are two approaches. First of all, you can start developing the new platform from the scratch. And that would be quite a long process. You'll need to collect the requirements, understand what you have on-prem, and redesign everything in a really good approach, with a really good outcome. And you will have the brilliant platform at the end. But there is one small problem. You will need to migrate the data from the previous system to the new one and map all your business processes you had to the new business processes. And that's the most difficult task here. And another approach is just to take what you have and put as it is to the cloud without any modifications. What would be the value from that? We don't know, maybe no value at all, but would it be efficient for us? That's the question. So those two approaches currently are present in clients we are working for, and the risks during this migration journey, migration executions, can be, I would split on those three categories: low adoption, over time, and over budget. Over time and over budget, that's quite obvious risks, and we understand why it happened, because we don't understand the complexity of the migration. There are lots of hidden things in the migration, like hidden dependencies, for example. And also the low adoption, something we don't think from the beginning, but really crucial one. When we finish the migration and we start execution that in production, our users, business users, would say, come on, guys, we need to work with that, what we had before, and let's switch back to the previous system. And you would spend $1 million just nothing, because the use wouldn't, you wouldn't accept this new system at all. And to reduce the cost of that migration and reduce those risks, we have created this service offering. I'm driving it at the moment, which is called automated migration. And part of it is a tool which can convert the database and ETL just smoothly, automatically. So what migration is, so if you look at the analytics, and now we are talking mostly about the analytics here in this session, it usually consists of three components. First of all, database itself, data warehouse, and then we have the downstream and upstream, both systems which can ingest data into data warehouse and take data from the data warehouse. Downstream usually reports and some kind of analytical applications. And the upstream is a set of ETL, extract, transform, load data pipelines. And when we do the migration, we need to understand that we will migrate all those three components separately, because there are different approaches for migration of those components, right? There can be different approach for the ETL, for database, and for the report. And the strategy of the migration is also different. As I said, we could migrate it as is or lift and shift. It means that we will migrate Oracle from on-prem to Oracle to cloud using virtual machines, and we'll just replace just one virtual machine to another one, and we'll have at the end the same absolute infrastructure and the same technological stack after the migration to cloud. Another one, like in another side of that migration, is re-architect. When we redesigning everything from the scratch, we built the new data warehouse in Delta tables, in Databricks or Snowflake, and then we do the new pipelines, for example, in ADF or in Spark, and at the end we migrate the data. The complexity here is highest, but the value is the biggest at the moment, at the same time. And another one is something in the middle, which is called replatforming. It means we will take the same business logic in data pipelines, in storage procedures, in views, in reports, and change the technical stack. For example, in this setup, I was talking about Oracle, MicroStrategy, and the Informatica. We will just change the technology to, for example, Delta tables in Databricks or Snowflake, and ADF or PySpark. And that's kind of replatforming, when we still try to reverse engineer the logic we have in database and ETL pipelines and reports, and re-implement them in a new system. And here exactly where the complexity is not high, but it's medium, because we know the logic. We still use this approach before, but we need to migrate to the new technological stack. That stack would be more secure, more scalable, and that would be modern data platform. We would be able to modernize later to the something which is actually the best practices from the provider, from Databricks, for example, or for Microsoft. So this approach is exactly what our clients is focusing on, their existing legacy systems. And when we start thinking about this replatforming, so usually we talk about the migration by the two different patterns. The first one can be migration by applications. It means let's migrate database first, the whole data warehouse we have, and then migrate ETL, and after that we can migrate the reports, or vice versa, you can get reports and then ETL. It depends on the outcome you have at the end and the vision of the UAT, how you can test would it be migration driven by sources or migration driven by business users? And doing that migration in that way, you wouldn't have this from the beginning, just because the testing of the system, you would be able just at the end of the migration when the reports are migrated and ETL also is implemented. It's quite a long journey, and you will test the results at the end. So it will wait years. Do the workloads, for example, if you're thinking about the workloads, something which starts from the reports. So in this case, you would take the finance, for example, first and migrate it to the Databricks and the Power BI. And then you can take, for example, manufacturing or marketing and do the migration by those slides, by those projects. Or vice versa, you can start from the sources like SAP, for example, or some specific business which actually provide data to that. Is the migration is because we don't think about, we don't have those risks at the end that users will not adopt our system and will reject this migration right at the end. And you can start testing from the beginning when the financial stream is migrated. We can start the testing. We can involve new users, business users, UAT, earlier phases. So the migration by workloads is more safe, and definitely when you look at the bottom of the screen, you see that even in case of the migration by workload, there is some structure inside. So talking about the migration of database, we usually think about two types of the migration. The first one, migration of the schema, which contains everything except the data and the data, historical data itself. There are lots of conversation about the data migration. Data warehouse, we can regenerate everything. It's a huge mistake, just because usually the data is not regenerated if there is a several by database from history. Nobody will regenerate, which so all. How it works, and if we look at the whole process from the beginning till the end, so it's not like a simple development project. It's a huge governance around the whole organization, because there's not migration of the database and data pipelines, it's migration of the business. Lots of things should be taken into account, and you need to start see this framework we usually apply to the migration project. And we usually start from the learning phase, which is assessment. And during this learning phase, we do exercises to understand the inventory, the scope of the migration, the complexity of each item of the migration. We evaluate it automatically, and during the scanning of the inventory. And then we do the exercise, which is co-production. If you take this approach, migration by the applications, and migrate the database first and then ETL, you would have some huge disadvantage. You wouldn't be able to reduce the scope during the migration, and you will spend money and time to migrate everything. If you do the migration by workloads and do the right assessment at the beginning, you can evaluate what should be removed from the scope. For example, you can find lots of reports which are not used, ETL which are not executed for a long period of time, or for example, you can find some orphan storage procedures which cannot be executed by any other storage procedures. So all these things is very important, because that not only reduce the time of execution, but also the investment you need to spend just to move your on-prem data analytics system to cloud. Then you do planning, some POC, and execute. After that, you can improve your system and make it more scalable, more adapted to the best practices. So that's a good moment when you can start all those innovations you wanted to from the beginning, but decided to go with this replatforming instead of re-architecting. So briefly about specific approaches, how we do the migration, how we do the automation of those streams of the migration, and at the end, I will show you the different approach with LLM. So first of all, how we can execute the schema and SQL migration. As you see, the top of this diagram is on-prem, and the up of this, so the bottom of this is on-prem, and the top of this is cloud. It means that we start from the data warehouse, which is on the top on-prem, and then migrate it to the data warehouse with on the bottom of this diagram. So usually the schema migration is a quite complex process, and it's good to understand how it should be executed and start planning it in the right way from the beginning. So we script the existing database, existing data warehouse, and provide the DDL files as the input for the conversion. Then we need to do it manually or have a converter which can read the DDL files and convert it to the same DDL files. DDL stands for data definition language, which is a script which can convert or which can create all tables, views, stored procedures, everything what you have on database side. Then we convert these DDL files, SQL files, to the same DDL files, but for the target data warehouse, for example, for Databricks, Delta Tables, or Snowflake, and apply them to the target data warehouse. That's exactly how it works. There is one small thing here about the automation. So during the assessment, this learning phase I was talking about, we usually evaluate the complexity of all inventory items by the grade, like complexity 1, complexity 2, or complexity 3, or just simply using T-shirt approach for the complexity evaluation, like small, medium, large, and X-large. We usually focus on automation for the small and medium, or 1 and 2 complexity, and the highest complexity, the more complex things, we do not automate, we migrate it manually. And this is a really good combination, because if you spend time just developing this tool, which can convert everything, it will just huge investment. From another perspective, you can, even if you can convert the high complexity things, you will need to review them and evaluate if this migration was executed correctly. So to reduce this cost and investment to the tool, we decided to do it in that way. Everything what is small and medium, we convert automatically, and this tool actually can do that. And what is a high complexity, we actually do that manually. And in this case, we use Copilot and LLM and have really good results, and I will show how it looks like. For the data migration, and historical data migration is quite different. There is a huge mistake during this historical data migration, which usually made by the development team and the migration team. They start between the on-premise data warehouse and cloud data warehouse. They send queries to the tables, terabyte tables, right on the data warehouse, like select everything for the huge table, a multi-billion table, take those rows and send them, like insert, create the insert statement and send them to the cloud. That's like a wrong approach, definitely, because first of all, the interface, the full interface for JDBC connection or DBC connection is really slow. And it's designed for the small queries, not like in a query like multi-billion tables. And the network transfer also would be small, and the same JDBC connection would be slow. That's not the right way of the data transferring. So the right way is to use the native tools. First of all, you would need to extract the data warehouse to the files, and you can decide what the file format that would be. It would be CSV file or Avro file. And to do that, you need to use some kind of native tools from the data warehouse vendor provider, right? For example, if you use Oracle, you would need to take tools for Oracle. If you use Microsoft SQL for Microsoft, the same for Teradata. There are lots of tools specifically designed by Oracle and Microsoft or Teradata company, how to extract data from the data warehouses in parallel, massively, without connection to the JDBC driver. And then when you have all those files extracted, you need to transfer them to cloud, in cloud storage. That could be blob storage, data lake, whatever you choose for the ingestion layer. And to do that, you also need to use some kind of native tools provided by the cloud vendor. And for example, for Microsoft, you can use a Microsoft Cloud. For Azure, you can use AssetCopy. AssetCopy is a good tool which can copy your files in parallel by small chunks, and it has also error handling, and at the end you have like a parallel massive migration of your files to Azure Data Lake. when the files are transferred to cloud, then you need to load those files to a data warehouse, and for that you use the tools provided by the cloud data warehouse vendor. Again, the same third-party tools. For example, for Databricks, you can use Autoloader. It's a great tool. You can load all your files in Delta tables. So as you see, the data migration, historical data migration process is based on the third-party tools, and all those third-party tools are supported by vendors, where they're actually for those storages. And at the end, you can orchestrate it with your service and see how exactly it is executed. It's not synchronized execution. It means you don't have any blockers here, and there's nice, smooth process for the terabytes, to migrate the terabytes from on-prem to cloud. The ETL migration is more complicated, and on the bottom you see the line of just a typical data warehouse. And we have the data sources, then extract logic in ETL, then some kind, and then transformation and load logic in data pipelines, and at the end we have the data warehouse and reports which consume data from data warehouse data marts. To migrate it to cloud, you would need to start. First of all, we assume that the reports is out of scope in this case, and the database is migrated, and the next step when the schema and data is migrated. So we need to think about real-time data integration, and all incremental updates which are present in the legacy data warehouse on-prem should be implemented somehow to cloud data warehouse. In this case, you can use ETL, standard ETL, just to synchronize those databases. Then you need start modification for the ETL. So first of all, all staging tables would be represented as a cloud storage somewhere in your data lake. And after that, you need to add sources and build the ingestion layer. So the ingestion layer is a very controversial thing. It's based definitely on the policies which are present in the current organization. If you think about pulling data or pushing data, you need to understand where the ingestion layer would be represented. Would it be on-prem, on cloud? And if there is a cloud, so how you can be able to connect to your on-prem, for example, data sources. When the ingestion layer is finished, the most interesting thing is to convert, which takes data from staging table, convert it somehow, prepare, validate, and prepare the data marts. So this logic can be converted automatically. And again, here we have complexity evolution from the assessment, and small medium is converted automatically, and large is converted manually by migration team using LLM OpenAI models. So now we understand how the migration usually executed, different stages of this migration, how we can automate, and which stages can be automated, and what we usually do not automate. So how this converter is built and what is inside. And first of all, I would like to focus on the architecture. So building this converter, we decided to create this architecture of 3 layers. In the middle of this layer, we have the bridge, which is our intermediate language. In case of ETL, there is declarative language in XML and SQL, which can explain the execution logic for any ETL. It means that if you take the ETL logic in Informatica or in integration services or Talent or Pentaho, for example, with our intermediate language, we can explain and convert these Informatica pipelines to explain how it works, right, and convert Informatica pipelines to this intermediate language. So to do that, to do this conversion, we created a parser, and the parser is kind of a processor which can convert any kind of XML, because usually the low-code ETL like Informatica or Talent or integration services, at the end they have files in XML, which convert XML to another XML with a conversion, some SQL part or expression to SQL code in our intermediate language. And not to build source, we created this like in a more general application, which can take the parsing rules and then convert using the parsing rules. And in case of adding new source, like in a new ETL, like a data stage, for example. So in this case, we will need to build only the parsing rules instead of the whole parser application. The same for generator. As we have this intermediate language, we can generate code, and we are focused at the moment most on PySpark and SQL on the target data platform. And to do that, we also have the transformation rules. So generator is a kind of application, and transformation rules, some kind of configuration for the target platform. And if you look at the right side of this slide, you see that what is the flexibility with this architecture? Why it's so strange, right, and difficult with so many layers? Why we cannot just create a simple converter from Informatica pipelines to PySpark? Let's imagine that we have the first pair, because we don't do that once. We don't do that for only one project. We just go to the client and we explain how we can do the transformation for them, do the consultancy, understand what they have on-prem, and then convert it, small and medium automatically and large manually. And to do that, to do lots of different converters from one source and another, and for many sources and many targets, we created this architecture. And easy for us to add new source and new target. Let's imagine we have integration services as a source and PySpark and Databricks as a target. For that, we would need to create the parsing rules for parser and the transformation rules for the generator. When we add the Informatica as a new source, we just don't need to create a new application from the scratch. We will just create a parsing rules for Informatica. And add a new source as a Snowflake, we would create the transformation rules with the Snowflake. And it gives us flexibility, because in this case, you just did the three changes, right, in this journey. And at the end, we automatically had the converter from integration services to Snowflake, because we did the parser for integration services before. It means that adding new source and target, we have automatically converted to any sources and targets we had before. And that's actually reduce the cost for the development, because let's imagine you have lots of sources and targets in your converter, and now there is one more you haven't seen before, and how long it would take you to create the converter from that new source to all targets you have in your portfolio, right, to support all systems. It will take lots of time to do that. But in this case, you just need to create parsing rules only for one source. So if we go deep to details and just explain it, the same architecture, but from the technological point of view, from the technologies we used. So at the beginning of the source, we usually have the XML file, as I said, for the ETL, and the parser is XSLT transformation. Yes, I know this quite old technology, but at the same time, this technology is specifically built, and it works really brilliant for any transformation in XML. And in this case, the only thing we need is just to create the SSLT transformation from Informatica, for example, or integration services to our intermediate language. For some complex things like expressions, I mean just transformations with data, and for example, transformations in SQL, so we use another approach, which is called Antler. This is a library initially developed for Java, and now it's also present can be used in Python. And this is a standard parser, lexer and parser. It means that we can convert any type of language to another language using this library. And that is also a flexible tool. We don't need to write lots of code to do that. We just need to find the G4 file for language definition file. And there are lots of them in the internet. You can download them from GitHub. You don't need to create them from the scratch. For example, if you have a new database as a source, like DB2, and previously you didn't have experience migrated from DB2, so the only thing you need just to support this DB2 engine is just to find somewhere in internet language definition file for Antler. And that would be it. When the XML pipeline is converted to our intermediate language, or as we call it, bridge, now we need to generate a code. And the code generation is another task, and we have created our own application generator. And to do this generation, again, in a more flexible way with some architecture inside, we use the transformation rules, which are presented as a templates for the specific functions. And then those functions are transformed to the final code in Python. And I will show you exactly in code how it looks like. We use Ginger engine to create those templates and then process them and fulfill the templates with the code. For the SQL transformation is quite different, and I would say not so complex as we have for the ETL, just because on the source and target we have the same file format that's SQL, and in this case we don't need any XSLT transformation. We just use Antler with language definition and the transformation rules for SQL. Let's start with the example. As you see here, we have the really simple example in integration services. We read something, extract something to flat file, then process, do some aggregations, row count, merge join, union all, and at the end we convert it to the file. So if you start doing that, I mean just creating the converter for that ETL, for this source, right, for integration services, first of all, we would need to start with XSLT. The XSLT usually looks like that. So here you have the example for the Microsoft execute SQL task, and you see there's like a transformation from which at the end create for us another definition for the same task. So it's quite easy to do just because definitely XSLT is not the easiest language to learn. From another perspective, it's easy to do just because the target for this transformation is not something absolutely different from we had before. It's the same language for the same ETL, but it's standardized to cover all ETL we had before. And it's here at this moment, I usually have lots of questions about the complexity, about some specific tasks which are not supported by the different vendors of ETL tools. And the answer is really simple. We do not support any complex transformation in this converter. And that's the main feature and the main point here. So we reduce the complexity of the development of this ETL by reducing the scope of the tasks we can convert. So it means if you have the 1,000 pipelines, first of all, we would not take all those 1,000 to convert by this converter. Moreover, even in each, we evaluate what is complex and what is not, and we will convert only those which is small and medium complexity. We would move out of scope, which is large and X large, and that reduces the conversion time to 50% in general, or even more. It really depends how actually what is final complexity, what is actual complexity of the ETL on the client side. So another thing is a configuration in the parser is also language definition I was talking about. And here you see an example for the SQL language definition for Microsoft SQL. Again, we do not need to write it from the scratch. We can download it from the internet. And on the right bottom corner, you see the tree of execution for that specific statement, which is on the right side, how exactly it can be executed. And having this tree, we can generate whatever you want to. We can generate the code in Python, in SQL, in any language you'd like to have, just in implementing the execution tree. The configuration, the templates for the generator, they're quite different. As I said, we use Ginger, and here you see the example of the function, how the function can be defined. And if you have a new source, for example, we didn't have Snowflake and we decided to support Snowflake. In this case, you would need to go through all tasks which are defined in our intermediate language and create the templates for all those tasks in that form. And after that, the generator will generate those tasks in Snowflake. At the end, we have the code like that. So that is a Spark. That's a generation for Spark. For each task, we have a function which is implemented in Python, in PySpark. Then we have the sequence of the execution for that integration services example we had before. And you see that we can define the data frames and play with data frames, or execute all those tasks we had before. Even the names of those tasks are close to the language we had before. And the implementation of all those functions are in these files, but we see some of them just to understand the complexity, how easy it is to implement them in PySpark. Here we have a demo, live demo. I believe we can open it and show.
Welcome to the demo video on seamless and efficient database migration to the cloud. Our skilled team of developers have crafted a powerful tool that simplifies the process of migrating your on-premises database to the powerful, cloud-based data analytics platform, Databricks. Let's imagine a situation where your company needs to migrate an entire database from an on-premises location to a cloud-based data analytics platform. The migration must be performed not only for a database schema and data, but all the data transformation pipelines in the form of SQL Server integration services should be migrated as well. Now, let's review the input data. At the input folder, we have a schema for the target database along with functions, stored procedures, tables, and views. From the ETL side, we have an SSIS package. Let's review one of the input data files that perform in SQL Server table creation. It contains instructions on the SQL Server table creation with the set of fields that is fully SQL Server compatible, but not compatible with the Databricks. From the ETL side, in the input folder, we have an SSIS package that contains all the executables related to the data transformation processes. Since the code migration solution is currently implemented as a Docker image, it takes only one command to run the entire code conversion process for both the database schema and ETL processes. As a result of the conversion, in the output folder, we have a set of automatically generated artifacts that include everything, starting from tables and views up to the migrated SSIS packages in the form of tasks and pipelines stored as Databricks notebooks that all fully compatible with Databricks and can be easily added to your Databricks project. After importing all the migrated files to the Databricks, we can observe all the migrated schemas available as part of the Databricks project. The data catalog will contain all the same tables and views with the same fields and constraints defined at the SQL Server that was hosted on premises. At the same time, the SSIS package will be migrated as a Databricks ETL workflow with all components linked in a single ETL processing schema where each component will be represented as a dedicated notebook. Ready to take the leap into the future of advanced analytics? Get in touch with us today.
Okay, thank you. So that's exactly how it is executed. So you see that there are like two folders, input and output. You put your pipelines, you put your DDL files to one folder, and at the end you have the same DDL and the pipelines, but for another platform. And after the execution, until applying it to the new platform, you have the results in a new system. So what about that case when we have large complexity, right? So in this case, we use Copilot for this migration, but even in this specific case, we decided to automate the process of migration. So we have a tool which can convert the code with LLM. And as said, EPAM has the dedicated OpenAI LLM model, specifically for the EPAM. We use this one, and we build the tool, the wrapper, around this LLM model, just to take code, send to LLM, and put it into the Git. And we decided to use Git as our main interface. So it looks like that. The journey looks like that. The migration expert or migration team just take code, put there some comments, what exactly should be migrated from where to where, and put it to the Git as a one commit. After that, when the code is in Git and there's some actually task description is also provided as a file with specific extension in the Git repository, our tool take this commit, split it by chunks, and send to the LLM. And when the LLM converted, and actually this explanation, the description file is used for the prompt generation. When the LLM converted the code is sent back to the Git as a merge request. And the conversion expert, the conversion team, they are just review those commits, this merge request, and just decide would it be acceptable to take this code, or we can just easily change this code. Code is just like there are small changes that should be provided here, or that code is absolutely not what we expected, and we need to reject this commit. And in comments, in this case, the expert will just put what exactly should be changed in the next iteration. And this code again, everything was this tool again, everything what was rejected, collect in one again commit in one chunk, put it to the LLM, convert it again, and in the next iteration commit it to the Git, and this process will be repeated again. And at the end, we will have the nice code actually converted using the LLM and the expert, and we will commit it to the Git and send to the production. So it's usually how it works. And if you look at this process as a life cycle from the expert perspective, it looks like you have lots of other developers who are working on this code, making changes, and send you like in a regular development process, and send you merge requests to your Git repository, and you as a lead reviewing all those requests and decide to accept them or reject, and put the comments what exactly should be changed. So LLM in this case replace the development team. We did the projects, and here you have the statistics, how exactly what efficiency of this conversion, right? First of all, if you take to the source as a source, if we take some scripting language, it would be definitely easy to understand what is inside and convert it, and even split it by chunks. Otherwise, if there is a very complex object model, it would be quite difficult to explain how the first request would be different. It would be connected to the next one, and for LLM, it would be always the context with all those chunks, and would be quite difficult to implement and operate with the LLM. From another perspective, what is the target for that? Again, if that is a object model, is also very difficult, and the dependency trees were very complicated. So that's why the easiest and the more efficient way to use LLM in that kind of conversion is definitely have the scripting language as a source and as a target. Another problems we faced was also the how the target model is modern. I mean, just if there is something really updated very recently, like Databricks or Snowflake, we need to take into account the data. The OpenAI was built somewhere in the middle of 2021, and it doesn't know anything about all changes which were made in those modern platforms after that period. So that is another problem, right? So we need to review all code which was converted by LLM, make changes, and make it more close to the last versions. So that's the result. At the end, we have a tool like that. So usually I asked the questions like why we don't use the AI from the beginning, why we need this XSLT converter with all those legacy things, and also this parser, lexer, generator, why we just cannot send everything to AI and the AI will convert everything for you. The answer is quite simple, because you will need to review every single code of line of code after the conversion by the OpenAI, and that's lots of work should be done. You cannot rely on this. You understand it's like to improve your process of the development, but you cannot just send the 1,000 pipelines to LLM and receive the results and apply them to production. You would need to review all code you have after the conversion. That's why we call this old school approach when we do the parsing conversion and then applying to the production, right? We call it a reliable conversion. And it means that we know for sure what would be at the end. According to our transformation rules, according to our parsing rules, we can predict 100% what would be at the end of this transformation. In case of AI, we have no guarantee that would be something we can apply immediately to production. So that's usually how it works. We have the code assessment, the SUM assessment tool. This assessment tool scan the database, reports as well, and the ETL, evaluate the complexity by T-short. Small, medium goes to the rule-based converter, which is actually converter I was talking about during this session, and do the predictable conversion. Then large and X large goes to another tool, which is AI converter, and doing several iterations with the migration team, we finalize the code and also implement them to the Git repository, and then using CI/CD pipelines implement to the environment for the UAT. So that's it for me. I have this process described on this slide, and that's exactly what I said. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Vitalii. Really insightful presentation. Thank you very much for that. A lot of complexity, but yeah, we're making lives easier. I hope so. Okay, we're having multiple questions from our audience, so let's start from the first one. So speaking of using LLM for migration conversion tasks, what is the approach to ensure the correctness of produced results? Yeah, it has been answered, but anyway, maybe
so there is no way to control this process. The only thing we can do is to correct our prompts, and those prompts will be more and more complicated when we start describing what exactly should be changed. And after the several iterations, you would just change this code by your own manually without sending it again to the LLM. So there is no control on it.
Clear. Thank you, Vitalii. The next question, can you share insights from the most challenging data migration project you worked on? Whether any non-ordinary or innovative approaches that you employed to overcome these challenges?
Yeah, so that's a good and tricky question. I would say the challenges are not on a technological side. The challenges are on a organizational side. When you work with a client and you don't understand what exactly they have, and the assessment actually the crucial part here, because clients don't know what they have. If there is a 20 years of history, the team was changed many times, and at the end, when you do the assessment, you ask questions and they have no clue, especially if you go deep into the database and working with the stored procedures and some specific. For example, we had the migration for the scientific lab, which actually produce pharmaceutical products that they have very complicated calculations, and nobody knows how they execute it and how they build. So understanding and reverse engineering this logic and applying some cases for validation is the biggest challenge, I would say. From the technology perspective, I mean, just from the development perspective, you need to have the really good people at the beginning. So the right team, the good solution architect and technical lead for the products like that, for accelerators, is a main key for the success.
Totally makes sense. Thank you, Vitalii. And then next question from the audience, semantical difference between source and target technologies. Is it a frequent problem?
Yes, it is. So that's why we have this conversion. So definitely, for example, you have a SQL migration and ETL migration, and usually that's completely different products, and you need to take into account it. But having this architecture, you reduce the complexity of the development, because every time, if you don't have the architecture, if you have like just a converter, every time you start new project, you will do that from the scratch. And it means that you will have lots of projects at the end, but lots of tools, and you would need to support all of them. So reduce this complexity is possible just to having the general tools for parsing, intermediate language, and for the converter, for the generator. And if that is not only just an application for SSAS, for example, and for the Snowflake, but something also configurable, like I showed you. So it would be easy for you to reduce this complexity and difference between the languages and between the tools.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Vitalii. Good. I'm not seeing any more questions in the chat. I'm having one more question. So Vitalii, we're doing all the stuff basically to make life easier for the client, for the migration purpose, and for ourselves as well. So maybe you've been mentioning this, maybe I missed. So did we measure someone how much time, what percentage of time we basically can decrease the timeline of the migration using these accelerators?
Yeah, that's a good question, by the way. So as I said, it really depends on the project, what we have on the on-prem side, and small and medium can be converted automatically. Definitely, we need to validate it, but it really depends how much you have the small and medium complexity in your project. So if that is a 50%, so
approximately, tell me.
Yeah. So usually it's a 40-50%, so it would be a reduction like that.
Wow, that's wow. If you will tell client that your migration will take not $1 million bucks, but 500.
Only for conversion. Yeah, that's another stage is testing and just adopting it to the new project.
Yeah, makes sense. That's the most painful one. Makes sense. Good. Vitalii, always nice to talk with you regarding this.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good. Vitalii, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for such a great presentation. So yeah, looking towards to meet next year on this conference as well. And thank you for that.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Good. Team, so a few reminders from my side. Once again, reminder about our quiz, which we're having. The link will be shared in the chat. Also, our contest in social media. Please post your videos, photos, and also a kind reminder about asking questions. Thank you guys for being so active. Now, regarding asking questions, really appreciate it. And in 8 minutes, we're moving to our last speaker for this stream. It will be Alexander Khvesko with the topic AI-powered fatigue detection. So this will be our last topic within this stream. And just a kind reminder that after this, we will be having a roundtable discussion within our stream here. So you'll be able to stay. I will remind once again. So stay tuned and see you in 8 minutes. See you.
Hi, my name is Mikhail and I'm responsible for growth and development of data analytics branch in Ukraine, where data science, machine learning, and AI take the spotlight. It's a great honor for me to be part of Autumn Data Conference 2023. Here at EPAM, we contribute a lot in people's development, their upskilling into cutting-edge technologies to empower data science, machine learning, and AI capabilities. Throughout the conference day, you may realize the true transformative power of data science and AI. The Ukrainian team of data scientists and ML engineers organically complement our global team, 400 enthusiastic professionals. Our customers highly valued our expertise, dedication, and diligence. We crafted more than 10 unique educational programs for our people to become better in the field of data science and AI. For our customers, we developed more than 20 AI enablement programs to respond to their needs way faster. I'd like to thank you for attending our conference today, and let's harness the world of data together.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. So we're having such a productive and long day today, but a lot of new information, a lot of new insights. So appreciate that you're here with us on Autumn Data Conference. Yeah, just once again, a reminder if you forgot where you are. Good. So we're going to proceed with our last speaker for our architecture and storytelling stream. So I'm inviting here our speaker, Alexander Khvesko, who is our lead BI analyst, and he will be talking on top of the topic AI-powered fatigue detection. Alexander, nice to see you. Nice to have you here. The mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining this conference. And thank you everyone for staying that long. It's probably not an easy task to be the last speaker because, you know, all your attention is already grabbed by others. But I will try to, to keep you tuned to give you the more insightful details and more interesting information. And my topic for today in this specific talk, what I will talk about the a unique solution that we have developed for one of our customers, which is an AI-based solution to detect employee fatigue, to recommend actions to mitigate the fatigue. It took almost 2 years of unprecedented efforts. It took a lot of creativity to overcome all challenges and develop something which at the start seemed to be just a crazy idea, but eventually it turned out to be a very unique solution, AI-powered solution, which was a great success and which was eventually patented by our customer with US patent organization. A few words about myself. My name is Alexander Khvesko. I'm a lead BI analyst at EPAM Poland BIA discipline. And I'm also a business intelligence expert. I've been involved in data-centric solutions for quite a while. And also I am a co-inventor of 2 patented AI solutions. So before we dive into this, innovative world of AI-powered fatigue, so we'll just give the a very short but very important disclaimer. So this whole thing would never be possible without an amazing EPAM team that I work with. These are true professionals in different data areas, data science, data analysis, analytics, in data engineering, the ETL, test automation, data quality, and infrastructure. All those competencies were involved into this 2 years of unforgettable journey. And also, it wouldn't be possible without an incredible product team who made this, who we worked, hand in hand for this during these 2 years to make this happen. So a big shout out to this incredible team, and let's start. Let's dive into this world of the fatigue detection solution. And let's go to the next slide. So what I'm going to cover today, first of all, is why fatigue. Why is it important? How do we measure it? And then, of course, I will explain, our approach, which we selected for this, for implementation of this solution. I will give some details about the inputs that we were using for our model to produce the fatigue score and to provide the fatigue interpretations. Then I will talk about the concept, a very interesting concept of supporting metrics and recommended actions. And also we'll proceed with the cloud architecture that we have developed to run this model, to run this solution in production environments, and all the services that we have leveraged to ensure smooth operations. And in the conclusion, I will cover what, in our opinion, are the basic components, the major components of the successful AI solution. So let's start. Why fatigue? Where this idea comes from, and what was actually our first major challenge. Why is it important? Why did we come up with this, with this idea? It's been historically, it's been a topic for discussions. Organizations are trying to identify the state of their employees, their physical health, their mental health, their, to ensure their well-being, to ensure that the employees are productive enough, and to be aware of the moments where the actions need to be taken. And organizations were applying different mechanisms. I mean, previously they were applying different mechanisms to prevent the burnout of their employees. Some large organizations were implementing fatigue management rules. Others were hiring dedicated professionals who were looking after the fatigue state of employees and their productivity as part of their daily routine. And recent events only amplified the importance of the topic. And there was no solution out there which would help to detect fatigue in an automated manner without human interference. But before going into ways of detecting fatigue, we faced the first challenge, and I would say it was the main challenge at that point of time. Is there a way we can measure fatigue in some kind of numbers? We went through tons of scientific researches, a huge number of different scientific papers, articles, posts, everything, but none suggested the way how to do that, how to measure fatigue quantitatively. The effect itself is not captured anywhere in terms of data, as well as there are no, and as well as there are different fatigue subsets. We can talk about mental fatigue, we can talk about physical fatigue, but we know that this is very difficult, and I would say it's even impossible to identify mental or physical fatigue from data, even in theory. But typically, there is lots of time data. Data on employees' work hours, data on employees' work patterns. So what was our approach? If you summarize it in just one phrase, it's create a score and not a prediction. And to be more specific, our approach is based on three major principles or pillars, if you would. So first of all, we are talking about work-induced fatigue only. We are not trying to go into other types of fatigue, such as mental or others. And second, fatigue is a function of time, whereas work hours increase fatigue and rest hours decrease fatigue. It may sound simple, but day and time a person works matter. Time worked over normal hours, night shifts, weekend or holiday worked all increase fatigue much more and to a much higher extent than just regular or normal hours, whereas consecutive rest days are much more restorative. So work or rest hours can be multiplied by weights, positive or negative, depending on our properties, day versus night, regular time versus overtime, and so on. And this way we can understand the true impact of fatigue state, true impact of those hours on fatigue state of the employees. So, and that led us to the third principle, that we do not produce predictions, we rather create a fatigue score, which reflects the current state of fatigue of an employee. So let's see what were the inputs for our model. So, as we concluded that fatigue is a function of time, then we need to understand a simple thing. Not all hours are equal. We need to clearly define how hours should be weighted. It was not an easy task. It was not an easy task at all. We went through several iterations of defining how different hours should be weighted. And to be fully honest, those weights would probably need some more scientific researches to validate, which we did not and which we still do not have a luxury for. But we have, and we still are validating them with our users. And in all cases, what we have eventually come up with matches expectations of our users. So there are 6 types of weights that can be applied. Base weight, it's applied to all worked hours. Rest weight applied to all rest hours, and day off rate, the day off rest weight is applied to all days off. Then we apply night weight, and you know that night work actually disrupts rhythm, it disrupts biological clock of people and affects employees much stronger than regular hours. Weekend weight, it's applied to weekend worked hours, and we all know that weekend and holidays too actually, definitely harmful from the emotional perspective, and they take employees' time from their social circles. Overtime weight, it's applied to overtime hours, but overtime is not how it's defined by payroll, but these are extra hours which go beyond the time limit determined by calendar types, which I will talk about later. So now we need to understand how to calculate fatigue. So basically, we worked out two major principles here, or I would say measures: the daily fatigue and accumulated fatigue. Daily fatigue is what is accumulated or discarded during just that specific day. It's positive if person worked and negative if person rested. And the second one is accumulated fatigue. So we know that the state of fatigue is not the result of just a single day. It has a cumulative effect, and it's accumulated over the course of time. But at the same time, we all know that the more recent events have much higher impact than those passed long time ago. So just give me a second and I will switch to another slide. So this brings us next challenge. We cannot just sum up daily fatigue in some measures, and we need somehow to account for impact of older events versus impact of more recent events. So how do we deal with that? What period we consider as impactful for the state of fatigue, and how much impactful are older events compared to more recent events? And again, it was a big of a deal and not an easy task to solve. And we have come up with a convolution window approach, which can be thought of as a period over which fatigue is aggregated, giving less weights to the event happened a long time ago and more weights to the events happened recently. Again, choosing the right convolution window still could be a subject to scientific researches and debates. So far, we have concluded on 120 days with flat start, long tail, and sigmoid curve. Now, we are coming to one of the most interesting concepts of the solution. We give weights to overtime or over normal hours worked, but what is normal and what is over normal? Is over normal is overtime? Is it time worked in the evening? Is it time paid as overtime? Now, people are used to working different schedules based on their setup. So how do we define that? And this is where we arrive to the concept of balanced calendars, which basically means that we determine from data what is normal for a given person and what is not. Again, this was not an easy task. People work differently. Some are working fixed hours, others on demand, some are rotating, and so forth. So we have come up with 7 types of calendars, the ones that you see on the screen, which is fixed normal, rotating normal, fixed compressed, rotating compressed, part-time, on demand, and long rotating. And those calendars we assign dynamically to a given employee based on their last 8 weeks of their work patterns. This gave us 2 things actually. First of all, we are able to define normal and over normal hours, and this way we can establish limits for the normal, what is normal hours for what we consider as normal hours for a person, and whatever goes beyond this limit we consider as overtime. And the second thing is that we are able to define also more complicated calendar types and less complicated ones. To put it simple, the calendar types that we are used to is the least complicated, I would say. It's, so to say, 9 to 6, Monday through Friday with regular weekend, and this brings us no complications at all. But on the other hand, some people are working 2 days in a row, 12 to 14 hours in a row, following 2 days of rest, and those 2 days do not necessarily fall on the weekends. So we give additional fatigue ways to those more complicated calendar types. You know, I would tell a story, one story. I mean, when we have developed this concept actually, and we validated with one of our customers, with one of the healthcare companies, and we brought up those calendar types to them, assigned to their employees, and they said like, wow. I mean, we know that our people work different schedules, but we were never able to group them into certain, you know, calendar types, into certain groups. But now we are able to do that, and now we know how our employees work, and we can, you know, give more compensation or give more benefits to those who work more complicated things. And they said, okay, even that concept is enough for us to use, and it brings enough value to our company. And that was great. That was a great feedback. And yes, we validated with some other companies, and everyone loved this idea, and they are still using it in their daily routine to understand the work patterns of their employees. Of course, it's not related to all verticals. It can be used like more likely in such organizations as healthcare companies, as retail companies. But in all cases, this is a very interesting concept, which is used on its own without even a fatigue, without its connection to fatigue state of employees. All right, so now we have all necessary inputs. We can differentiate normal hours with the over normal hours. We can assign additional ways to night hours, weekend time worked, and so on and so forth. And we know how to calculate fatigue and how to aggregate fatigue over time. So based on that, we designed an algorithm which finally, and I would say for the first time in the history, can produce fatigue score and measure fatigue in numbers. That was a great success. But that was basically internal success because we learned how to do that, but how do we present it to our users? Does it make sense to them? Does it bring any value to our users? So, more challenges, more roadblocks, and more solutions, more neat solutions, how we did overcome those challenges. The fatigue score is a good technical representation, right? But it's still difficult to understand. Let's say 200 hours per month versus 500 hours per 3 months. What's the scale? What do we consider high fatigue versus low fatigue? Another challenge, more researches, and we came up with a solution to rescale the score from 0 to 10. 0 is the low fatigue, and 10 is the highest fatigue. And then we banded the scores into different levels: low, medium, and high. And this way we enable kind of a traffic light analysis to make our calculations easily interpretable by our users. But the challenges are not yet over. The fatigue score, yes, we do produce the fatigue score, and it seems to be like self-explained. I mean, it could be used, but from the feedback that we got and from our understanding, still those scores need to be explained and supported. And manager needs to understand what are those factors, what are those contributing factors which impact the fatigue state of employees, such that a manager could take, the definite actions to mitigate, to mitigate the risks, and to understand what stands behind the score. So it should never be black boxed. It should be explained and supported. So how do we do that? This is actually how we arrived to another very interesting concept, and we call it supporting metrics. We designed a large set of relevant measures. Some of them are pretty much straightforward, others are more sophisticated, such as, for example, rolling averages. But at the end of the day, we are able to explain why the scores are high or low and what stands behind them. And we give our users, and first of all managers of employees, the the true picture of what stands behind those high or low or medium fatigue levels. And still more challenges along the way. So first of all, we managed to evaluate fatigue score. We managed to produce this fatigue score. We managed to bring the the data which supports that score and which makes it interpretable and explainable to our users. And that was a really huge deal by itself. But what we decided to do, we decided to go beyond that. Because a manager, in our opinion, not only needs to understand what the current situation is, but she needs to know what are those actions that are needed to be taken towards a given employee to mitigate the risks. So we designed two things here. Impact, this is one. So basically, we are highlighting the exceptions which were caused by the state of fatigue level. By exceptions, I mean like work incidents, like drop in productivity, like different time exceptions, like being late or punching out late. And this way we show the managers, I mean, what is the impact of fatigue state, and that's why it needs to be mitigated. And the second thing that we designed is the actions, the recommended actions, what you should take to bring the fatigue down. The patent, the solution turned out to be really unique. It was so creative and it was so well adopted by our users. And the most important thing, of course, here is that now fatigue is measurable. The managers are being alerted that well-being of their employees is endangered. The managers are being suggested actions to be taken. And the whole solution now is patented. And hence I'm not able to share formulas of the algorithms as well as really precise technical details of the model's input and output. But of course, if you're interested, we can always set up another discussion with our data expert to debate over mathematical background or technical background of this solution. But this is not over yet. Let's talk a bit about the journey to production. First of all, we've got the solution, right? We understand how what data we need, how we aggregate this data, what scores we're producing, what actions we do recommend, and so on and so forth. But the main question here is, it makes sense to us because we lived with this solution. We designed it for 2 years now. At the time of starting our journey to production, it was 1 year. So it did make sense to us, but does it make sense to our users? Will our users use it in their daily routine? And this is actually another big challenge. We need to validate and reiterate and validate again and reiterate again until we are sure that this thing does bring value to our people. So first of all, it was a prototype. We brought in the really quick user interface and check it out with some of our loyal users. So we brought in data quality. So we did. It's really important to make sure that both input and output data is correct. So it needs to be reviewed, validated, reiterated, and validated again until we make sure that the quality of data is almost perfect. Then what we did, we reiterated the algorithm itself. We tweaked it not a single time, but multiple times based on the feedback of our users. And only then we started our journey to production. And also, I'll tell another story here. So when we were validating the the results with our users, and we were at that time there was no interface, so we were just running the data through our algorithm, and then presenting the scores for the employees of one of the retail companies. And on top of the list, there was an employee with really high fatigue score. That company came back to us after several days, and they said, okay, you showed that that employee was the highest fatigue state. And that was the most productive employee worked in the company, the most loyal one. It was a team lead in one of the retail stores, and he was always ready to help with within other retail stores, and he was running around from one store to another store, working like some crazy hours, and he was really valuable for the company. But the managers they knew this person worked hard, but they would never assume that this person is really close to burnout. You cannot understand it unless you talk to a person, and sometimes even talking to a person is not enough. You need to analyze his work pattern during a pretty long period of time. So basically, this helped them to identify that this employee was at the stage of close to burnout, and they took actions. Even in that validation stage, they took actions toward this employee to keep him, recognized, engaged, and to give him a break. And they came to us and said, "Yeah, this is a really great solution. I mean, and it helps us to identify out of all the 1,000 people, it helps us to identify like 10 or 15 those which we need to take actions for." And that was actually a really good feedback. And through several iterations of such feedback, I mean, we started the production development. And I will not spend a lot of time describing this journey. It was, it's also a whole separate topic for another talk. This journey was full of twists and turns. And of course, I will be certainly happy to share some insightful details during one of our upcoming talks. But very briefly, I would say that in order to get this model up and running in production environments, we put a lot of efforts into leveraging multiple services and creating infrastructure which ensures smooth operation of the model in production, from raw data ingestion to multiple layers of transformation to construction of the ML model input and to construction of and validation of the ML model output, and all the way to the presentation layer. So basically, we are ingesting data from the transactional systems into GCP, which is the Google Cloud platform, and then we are doing several levels of transformation to construct the right input for the data for the ML model with the usage of data flow. And then we leverage the Cloud Composer to manage Airflow DAGs for data orchestration. And we also leverage BigQuery, Google BigQuery, to serve as data warehouse. And we are using Jenkins to manage CI/CD pipelines. And also we are using Terraform to manage infrastructure. The ML models are per customer models, of course, and they are hosted in Vertex AI. And we have established a centralized ML run schedules, which is weekly. We do not think that this is wise to run it daily in terms of cost, and it's not necessary to track the close to real time to track the state of employees. But of course, 1 week matters, and there could be events during 1 week which could increase or decrease the fatigue state of employees. By decrease, I mean if you have taken actions towards this employee, you want to see that during a week those actions brought some results and the fatigue state of an employee went down. And so this cadence, I think, is the most optimal. And also we developed a really powerful custom user interface to visualize the fatigue state of the employee. It was used for reporting. It's a very interactive tool, and basically it has become a really powerful tool to ensure the well-being of employees. So the managers are now using this tool to kind of track the well-being of their employees, to take actions, to understand what is the impact, and to understand the work patterns, the calendars, and many more things that can be used to make sure that the employees is fine, to make sure that the employees not burned out and there is no exceptions or anything. And so also one more important thing that we brought in was the user feedback mechanism. We collect and process feedback. We do monitor those feedbacks, and we process it not in the manual manner, but we do process it also in semi-automated manner, constantly improving our functionality. So here you can see the high-level architecture of how these services and components interact with each other, what is being leveraged to ensure the smooth operations. And again, this could be a whole different topic for another talk. And moving on, during these 2 years of the complicated but unforgettable journey, we've learned a lot of lessons. Although there is no one right answer, there is no silver bullet, and there is no a single recipe. But if one would ask, what are the things that I should keep in mind to make my AI solution a success, I would answer the following. So first of all, team. The full-fledged team is a must. AI solution is not just about the data science, or it's not just about data analytics. A lot of different competencies, they should be involved and must be involved into the process of developing the successful AI solution. This is first thing. The second thing, features. Be very careful in selecting features for the model. And of course, not in all cases, but in many cases, the feature that you select for the model, that should be aligned with physical world factors that can be understood by by business users and by non-technical users. Next thing, the prototyping. Do fast prototype. Validate the results. Reiterate. Validate them again. Find the loyal users. Try to tweak, reiterate, and make sure that the solution is accepted, and do it before going into any kind of a development cycle. Next thing, predictions, scores, recommendations should not be black boxed. Of course, there are cases when the explainability or interpretability is not either required, or it cannot be provided, or it is not necessary. But for business users, this is really important to understand what a prediction, what a score, and what it means, and why the AI recommends and suggests some actions. Supporting metrics and explanations. Do find the measures, metrics which can support your scores. Provide them as part of the solution, and make sure that the scores and predictions are supported by something, not necessarily by metrics, but at least by the explanations. Next thing is user interface. It's really important. I would say it's just as important as the algorithm background. The user interface can serve the powerful tool how to leverage and how to make sure that the business can operate the algorithm and can make use of it, and the algorithm or ML model brings value to to business through the powerful user interface. The feedback is also really important. We need to collect feedback constantly. Analyze it, tweak, adjust. As time progresses, more and more things appear, and the external circumstances change, and we are there is no it's unavoidable to adjust your algorithm as time progresses. And to make sure that this is aligned with customer expectations and with user expectations, then collect your feedback, collect the feedback, and take the actions based on that. Stable infrastructure and data quality. This is also really important. To ensure the smooth operation, choose the right services, leverage them. Invest into that. Invest into data quality, because your scores and your predictions can be only as good as your data. And of course, enjoy your journey. Any development of such AI solutions is unforgettable journey. I can tell you for sure. It's it brings you a lot of course, it brings a lot of challenges. It brings a lot of work, but at the same time, it brings a lot of joyful moments. And when it turns out to be a success, it's a really great thing for the team and for the users, for sure. And I'm thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope this was interesting, and I will be really happy to answer any of your questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Alexander. Really interesting presentation, really insightful, and the solution, yeah, it's very interesting. I see that people in the chat likes it as well, and we're having a question from Olga. Can you share specific insights into how your solution has made a measurable impact on reducing employee fatigue?
Yeah, sure. Of course, I mean, not all customers, they share those specific details. How this solution helped to to mitigate risks to specific employees, for instance. But every once in a while, we do get those insights from our customers. And there are multiple things that, in multiple ways, how this solution was used to, to mitigate risks, to bring the fatigue level down. And one of those stories, actually, I shared. It was at the early stage of the development, but still, I mean, the thing is, once the fatigue state is identified, it's all those stories, they have something in common. So once the fatigue state is identified, then the actions are recommended, and the impact of this fatigue state is also highlighted. What is the impact of the fatigue state of employee on the organization? And then a manager takes actions. In many cases, it's just a talk, like a one-to-one talk that a manager holds with employees. And in some other cases, these are those actions that those other actions that we recommend. For example, like shift swap, or changing the working calendar for a person, or just sending for a vacation. And there were several, not even several, but dozens of the success stories that customers shared with us when their valuable employees who were identified as the highly fatigued employees, they were highlighted by the algorithm. Managers, they were taking actions towards those employees, and this way they actually retained the employees and retained their productivity and retain their well-being. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Alexander. Next question from the audience. What key factors predict fatigue more? Yeah, so probably if, factors are having different weight. So what factors are the most weightful?
yeah I understand. So actually, there are several things. The worst, of course, in terms of hours, the worst is the night hours. And that's what we observed in healthcare, and some of the companies who work in healthcare industries. The highest fatigue state is when those identified for those employees who mainly work night shifts. This really disrupts a lot. It disrupts, like, the biological clocks. It disrupts rhythm of employees. It it takes employees away from their social circles, because they work at night, and then when they come back home they have to sleep. So if a person works night shifts for quite a lot of time, I mean during a very short period, it's normally like 3 to 4 months, the fatigue state of an employee becomes really high. And it's important, and what those organizations actually shared with us, that based on these solutions, based on our suggestions, not our, but the AI suggestion, they were rotating those employees like from night shifts to day shifts more often than they used to do before. And another thing, the weekend and holidays worked. It's also really harmful, but more from emotional perspective. So people are getting burned out more emotionally, because whenever one is having fun, they have to work. It's all right if you do it like for a month or 2 months, but if you do it continuously, your emotional burn down, it arrives faster, and eventually, I mean, your productivity goes down, and your state of well-being goes also down. And also the insights that we received from our customers is that again, we need to rotate people from those weekend or holiday work, and don't make sure that they're not doing constantly. Another thing, of course, is those long rotating things. It's very specific thing. It's not related to many industries, but more likely like manufacturing and like oil and gas companies sometimes. So when people are working like 24 hours in a row, for instance, and then they're having like 3 days off, it's also impacts a lot the well-being and fatigue state of the employees. But thank you for the question.
I'm having one more. Stay here.
Yep.
So I'm curious, how you managed to prove to client that our metrics are correct? Yeah, let's say for example, the metric is showing that our John Doe is having a fatigue, but how can you prove this?
Yeah, very good question actually. I would say that first of all, we did not prove to our customers anything, because we were working hand in hand, right? So our customer was and our EPAM team were working together to make sure that this solution is developed and is applied in the customers of within the industries of customers of our customer. So we were working hand in hand with the product team and everything. And that was a really long journey to make sure that the scores that we produced, they aligned with the reality. It was not easy. Let's say the fatigue score of 9. What does it mean? How we can explain it? How we can support it? It took almost a year to make sure those the numbers that we produce are aligned with the real state of people. So we were validating many times. We were collecting supporting metrics which prove that the employees in high fatigue state. For example, I mean, of course, like long hours worked and everything, and supporting metrics, this is important. But also, what is really important is to understand the impact. So if a person is in the high fatigue state, then probably there are exceptions for this employee in his daily routine or her daily routine. So we needed to identify those and to highlight that, okay, look, normally in your organization, late, let's say, punch-ins are, I don't know, there is none. But this specific person is always late for work, and this specific person is always, punches out very late. So probably there is something wrong with this person. And this is just one example of the impact, but there are more. There are incidents that we analyzed, and many other things. So eventually, those two things were aligned: a number and a real state of the employee.
Yeah, makes sense. What about corrective actions? So where did you take these, and how have you been aligning this with the fatigue state calculation?
the actions. Okay, so there is a set of actions that we recommend, and they are, normally, of course, we are looking into it's not the unified set of actions for all customers or for all verticals. It's different. So if we are talking, let's say, for the manufacturing companies, then we are suggesting one set of actions. If you're talking about healthcare companies, we are suggesting other set of actions, and those could be different actions. Those could be like the most simple one, the most straightforward one. If we identify that the person is a high fatigue state, we identify that this person causes a lot of incidents at work. We identify that the impact on the organization is increasing over in the course of time, and we also know from data, of course, that that this person did not go for vacation, let's say, for 10 months in a row. So the most straightforward and the most right answer would be send him on vacation, and that's what we actually recommend in that straightforward cases. In other cases, of course, there could be different things, like, for example, in healthcare company, when we identify that the person comes to a fatigue state like within, let's say, 3-4 months, really fast, due to night shifts or everything. What we recommend to avoid night shifts, because otherwise the employee will burn out. And there is much more, of course, but those actions, they are aligned with the reality in the company, with the company setup, with the analysis of the impact, negative impact that the fatigue state imposes on a company, and that's how we actually do the recommendations.
Got it. Very, very interesting. Alexander, thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being with us. So let me just check. No, we're not having any more questions. So thank you very much for being with us, Alexander. Really appreciate it. So see you next time.
See you next time, and have a wonderful Friday, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers. Okay, team. Basically, this was the last presentation of our architecture and storytelling stream. So I would really appreciate if you could leave the feedback to help us make it better. So you can see the link to the chat, the link to the feedback to provide the feedback in the chat. So please go there, spend 1 minute, and we'll be happy about it. From my side, I'm extremely happy and I appreciate that you're with us today, that you got a lot of new information, and I really appreciate, let's say, conversation with us, unfortunately via chat, but anyway. And basically, what is our next step? In 12 minutes, we'll be having a roundtable here in this channel. So we are merging from different streams into one here back. And we'll be having a roundtable with our top-notch speakers from the technology perspective, directors of technology, VPs. I'm sorry, not VPs, directors and senior directors will be here, and seems like conversation will be pretty interesting. So from my side, I can say also that we are closing Kahoot soon. So please finish your answers if you haven't finished yet, because it will be closed, I believe, in 12 minutes as well. And I believe that's it. So I'll be moving into viewer's seat as you are. And in 12 minutes, we'll meet in the roundtable here in this channel. Once again, thank you very much for being here. And let's keep in touch. Bye, everyone.
In today's tech and data-driven world with a vast amount of accumulated data, it becomes crucial for enterprises to utilize data effectively and innovate through data. And EPAM is here to support our clients in this journey and offer best solutions. Each of our offerings is a combination of capabilities, a set of experience-based solutions, capacity, a team of cross-functional experts, and finally methodology, varied implementation guides, and templates. We are ready to support our clients end-to-end, from data platform build to modern generative AI capabilities development. Data Factory. Data Factory is a data product-centric framework which consists of 4 pillars: data strategy, data product mindset, data platform, operating model, driven by business and enabled by technology. We have handbook and templates, trainings and accelerators to speed up the delivery process. EPAM Data Landing Zone is an instrumental tool designed to accelerate the management processes of data project infrastructures. Unlock the boundless potential of your business together with us. Contact us on epam.com.
Hi, my name is Kolesnykov and I'm responsible for growth and development of data analytics branch in Ukraine, where data science, machine learning, and AI take the spotlight. It's a great honor for me to be part of Autumn Data Conference 2023. Here at EPAM, we contribute a lot in people's development, we're upskilling into cutting-edge technologies to empower data science, machine learning, and AI capabilities. Throughout the conference day, you may realize the true transformative power of data science and AI. Ukrainian team of data scientists and ML engineers organically complement our global team, 400 enthusiastic professionals. Our customers highly valued our expertise, dedication, and diligence. We crafted more than 10 unique educational programs for our people to become better in the field of data science and AI. For our customers, we developed more than 20 AI enablement programs to respond to their needs way faster. I'd like to thank you for attending our conference today, and let's harness the world of data together. Hello, everyone. Let's wait a couple of seconds for the rest of the team to join us. Okay, here we go. Awesome. So let's be kicking off. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and hopefully passionate enthusiasts join us from all around the world. Welcome to this enlightening roundtable discussion on the frontier of artificial intelligence and its promising evolution into the realm of generative AI. Today, we're privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field. Our experts, each luminary in their respective domains, will share the insights, experience, and their visions, offering you a front row seat and the unfolding narrative of AI transformative potential. As we explore the complexities of making AI and generative AI a reality in production environments, we invite you to engage actively, pose questions, and contribute to this dialogue that resonates with the very heartbeat of technological innovation. We're hosting this discussion in 2 streams, and if time permits, our experts will try to address a couple of questions that you post and like most during the conversation, so make sure you like the questions that you see. Let's start with brief introductions. I'm your host for today. My name is Dmitry Leskovsky. My specialization is delivery management, and I'm a head of data analytics and consulting practice in Ukraine. And our roundtable guests are Oleg Granets, our global head of data analytics competency center, Martin Lopatka, a true data science evangelist, our key expert in responsible AI, Gen AI engagement lead for automotive sector. Mike Roshin, data analytics practice CTO with primary focus on energy and oil and gas industry.
Great to be here.
Great to see you. And Valentina Ivleva, head of EI consulting for consumer goods and retail industry.
Thank you for having us.
Great to see you guys here. Thanks for joining. Okay, so let's start our conversation. So a lot of fascinating talks have been hosted today, covering lots of technical aspects. What about the business side? What about all the hype related to generative AI? Did we see real business use cases coming from our clients after release of ChatGPT, new LLM models, OpenAI, etc.? Or these were us who've seen an opportunity first and started acting proactively, unveiling new opportunities for our clients? Who'd like to take
great question. Let me try to start exactly with this question, actually, from business perspective. First of all, I would differentiate among 3 different types of scenarios, right? So first of all, we are talking about productivity of software developers and data scientists. Second, we are talking about IT systems. And third, it's about business solutions. Let me start with the good news. So the most proven value right now we have in terms of productivity of our software engineers and data scientists. For me, generative AI, and I'm just, I belong to a generation of those people who read books. And at the beginning, more than 20 years ago, we started with kind of, Bibles of Donald Knuth, for instance, where we read different type of algorithms, or design patterns books, and so on and so forth. And you can imagine ChatGPT, or in general, generative AI, offers you a kind of the way to make this automation on top of different type of dictionaries, right? And this type of copilots or other similar systems, they're already proven actually the value. What is the value exactly? We are still talking about 10-20% of productivity of our engineers. Is it good enough? Definitely it's good. It's already good. It's a good news. Either a way actually just to move forward actually with this type of productivity, definitely yes. And that's something we need to explore again. The second one is less prominent and less potential. It's about IT systems. I give you one potential example, like master data management. And just imagine you have a chance actually, to provide it much faster in terms of using a kind of, generative AI as a part of the stack specifically for master data management system. Can it be applied? Theoretically, yes. Practically, I didn't see any examples yet. it's my problem. It's probably my own ignorance. The third thing, it's about business applications. In terms of business applications, I think it's there are already a bunch of different scenarios. Alec knows we are talking about more than 20 different practical types of applications where we can gain some kind of support from generative AI in general. Let me be more specific. Let's take something which is very common, like predictive maintenance or reliability type of applications, specifically for energy industry or oil and gas. Typically, generative AI would play different type of roles there. One of them is related to data and data quality, right? So that's one of the things which can be potentially automated with the help of generative AI. The second one is related to the way how you provide additional knowledge on top of what you have already in place as kind of rule-based systems, expert systems, physics-based systems, plus AI. So generative AI can be considered as a kind of the way to optimize all those different type of applications and knowledges, into one common set, and to provide better assistance to those who are customers or direct consumers of such type of applications. And the third one is related to the way that those generative AI by nature can provide better ways to automate recommendations, so to make prescriptive type of analytics happen finally as part of our business solutions. And that's a kind of, the last but not least way of doing this type of business applications. Hopefully it makes sense.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
I actually want to join Mike and offer the perspective of how the industries overall reacted. So, we all here are in data and engineering consulting for quite some time, right? If you take 2021, 2022, we had a lot of opportunities coming in from the clients for all sorts of data work, data platform work, data quality work. AI and data science was among them, but I would say probably 10% at most. Since the announcement, November 22nd, things have changed. So now, at least what I'm seeing, and I work in consumer goods and retail, out of 10 requests coming in, 8 of them will be about, can we do this with AI? Can we do it with data science? So it's been a bit of a craze. But at the same time, companies have been doing AI, data science forever, right? It just wasn't as hyped as Gen AI made it to be, and there were a lot of competency centers established at the companies, since decades. The companies split into kind of 3 groups, the way I see them. So there are the ones that I call trailblazers, those that have added LLMs, NLP competency to their existing center of excellence, or started to hire partners like us to come and help them figure out this landscape. Then the other, like a bigger group, I call them pragmatists. They took a little bit of a pause, weighted approach, seeing like, okay, so let's talk to our business, let's figure out what use cases they want to explore, and let's watch the regulations, and we'll talk about responsible AI in a little bit. And then there are the ones that I call conservatives. They are just now starting on a journey. So a year later, they're right now exploring like a first project they want to do. So that's overall what's happening. And I think it's the same in all industries. Martin, do you see the same in automotive?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had spoken in a previous session around the importance of, well, specifically to your point, trust. So beyond just like regulatory compliance, but also ensuring that the relationship between consumers and the technologies that they're interacting with is built on a foundation of trust, as more and more AI and generative AI applications start to become an integrated and seamless part of those experiences and products. So absolutely, I would say in all industries, and automotive is no exception.
Yeah, but good to hear that. And Oleg, just wondering, in terms of like enterprise-wide adoption, right? In terms of building the AI-centric platform, do we see any challenges nowadays? Because one thing is, I'm using LLM, I'm using OpenAI, Copilot, whatever, locally. I'm trying to build something fancy. Another thing is you're stepping into the world of enterprise, where there are a lot of limitations. What challenges do you see?
Yeah, I agree with Valentina that our customers, they taken it very seriously. We are doing data science for years, and I never seen such interest. And definitely it generates a lot of pressure on IT organization, which has to support it. They don't have this infrastructure to support it. And there are like number of challenges, like starting from how can I connect to OpenAI service? Should I host it in-house? If I host it in-house, it's still challenging engineering job, and usually they don't have enough expertise to do this because it will require hosting of like pretty significant hardware and data science to train models and so on. Regulation is a very hot topic, and everybody's super scared, but at the same time, I don't think they have a chance to wait until regulation will be in place because it will be much less flexibility. I think now this is the time to experiment with that. But when you're experimenting with this and it's big enterprise, definitely there is a lot of responsibility. If you're building, I think Valentina can comment, if you're building some HR bot, and this bot will start telling something that you probably don't want it to tell anybody, so you could get in trouble pretty fast. And but in order to enable it, we need to have a good like business use case, because when IT will take all of this risk, they need to justify that. For example, we will implement this like LLM model, it will enable our business, or we need to be prepared by the time that other competitors will start using actively this. So this is interesting time, and I think that we are like part of this journey with our customers. We're helping them to build these business use cases as well as support their IT organization to enable it. Like we're building accelerators, we're doing a lot of practical like playgrounds with testing different models, trying to suggest them what works, what doesn't work. Like it's my dream to create some kind of LLM-driven MDM, because it's always a pain how to connect data together. And I really believe that we'll get there, but we're not there yet. But there are some use cases like RAG-driven architecture, which is pretty popular and generate a lot of interesting use cases.
But Alec, it sounds like we need kind of generative AI ops.
Yeah, like GenOps. And we are working on this because when we like maybe a year ago we were talking about MLOps platforms a lot, and I think Martin will cover this topic a little bit deeper later. But I want to add from my side that now we don't have architects who knows MLOps, and we have architects who knows like engineers who knows like GenOps or Gen MLOps. So now everybody, this is a part of our life, and it will stay in like there forever.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to add to this. So some of the most common questions our clients ask of me is, well, we need to put some LLM ops, and we want to, do you have an MLE engineer or an architect who's proficient in LLM? And I'm like, sure. If proficient means like what, 6 months, that works.
10 years of experience.
Yeah. So this is happening all over the place, guys. And another thing I noticed is that companies are truly struggling to understand what the platform approach means for Gen AI. Like it's just this concept that they're having difficulty placing on Gen AI projects in general, and we are helping them figure out, okay, so this could be a data product. Wait, this could be an AI product. You can combine them. There goes your platform, and you can operate it. But so it's something that takes a lot of work, which each company individual. Unfortunately, there's no like, at least I haven't seen a blueprint of battle tested blueprint that this is how you do it, from day one and just roll with that. So not yet.
No, there are
I think you mentioned platform. And to your point, we have a lot, right? We have a lot of offerings. We have a lot of blueprints. So do we, for LLM, yes and no at the same time, probably. But do we think about like data comes first, right? And we build AI later. What can we, Oleg, maybe you can elaborate in terms of like our latest like offering in terms of data factory. Does it help nowadays?
Yeah, I think
in
that
terms of building the AI-centric platform.
When we start implementing LLMs in our customers, so we're also faced with exactly the same problem. The quality of data is a big question. So it's one thing to have like tons of data, and completely different story having tons of good data, which actually can help or you can trust. So we had a situation when we label data, and our data scientists, they very happily predicted these labels. But when we started challenging them if these labels actually represent some real events, it was like not so obvious. The same situation with like documents. Companies accumulated like tons of different documents, which was designed for humans, and they not always have all full context. For example, when you look on like any like system and you look for some kind of whatever graphs or whatever, you are using your own experience, you use your own knowledge and like as a subject matter expert or some kind of general knowledge to analyze this data and make this decision. Platforms usually doesn't have all of this information in one place, and I hope Gen AI, which will bring it to the picture, because instead of going to university, technically you can ask Gen AI, so can you enrich this data? Can you help me to analyze this? I think there's one challenge that I see right now, and I think Martin and Valentina probably can comment it, it's hallucination, which it's a big challenge, and it's a new challenge that we need to figure out how to solve, which is a real challenge right now to start pushing into production.
I like that you mentioned the opportunity of using sort of data that is not intended for machine consumption as sort of a part of it. And it's a very exciting space within the sort of application area of generative AI that I think is very rightly gotten a lot of enthusiasm, and no one's quite I think solved it, but the potential there continues to evolve. And very specifically looking at the possibility of Gen AI for automating the processing of unstructured data assets that previously have been very hard to leverage in a meaningful way for things like classic machine learning, predictive modeling, classification, things that we know drive the needle in terms of business value, things that we know how to measure the sort of ROI on, and the potential for using generative AI upstream of that to make better use of these data assets that are like intended for human consumers is an application that I think is going to get a lot more attention and a lot more traction. That's to me one of the most exciting pieces, that as we evolve our maturity, understanding what LLMs actually are and are not good for, that sort of emerges as an opportunity piece.
And continuing this actually conversation, I think one area that we didn't touch and we usually underestimate that code, because every organization has a tons of legacy code, and most of the documentation was lost forever or doesn't exist, or people are not with the company anymore. And some languages like COBOL, it's even hard to find people who can actually understand it. And based on our experiments, we just figured out even documenting this code would be very like beneficial for the customer, because you can extract these business requirements from code, which was created long time ago. And like OpenAI models, like these open like cloud-based models and like Llama code, they have a good like performance, and we tried it, and it looks like it has a lot of potential. I hope we will get more like improvement in this area, and hopefully the only programming language in the future will be whatever human language, maybe English, maybe another language.
If you drive through San Francisco, all the billboards say English is new SQL, English is new, like insert your language there. But I wanted to add to that. So there are certain industries that are called aging industries. This is education. This is, I think, oil and gas, a couple of more where the average age of employees like around 55 years old. So they do have a real problem of brain drain, meaning that at some point, people are going to retire. You don't have enough time to bring new people in and dump all that knowledge from 20 years of, or 30 years or 40 years of working in that industry. Those industries are really looking at Gen AI to solve this aging workforce problem for them, because to your point, you can have that little Gen AI listener participating in your calls, participating in your troubleshooting sessions, just reading your chats, and in the background doing the job of knowledge management and creating this kind of the brain of the company. And so it's not as painful as when somebody retires. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to unfold, especially with education, the exciting stuff.
I guess before we start talking like productionalizing of AI, because I think that's yet another big topic, right? And what you just mentioned, it's like listening, it's helping, it's writing some transcript. Do we see any issues with legal right now? I mean, there are a lot of rumors, a lot of conversations around that. In terms of our clients or our real pain points with, legal and issues around that. So what do you think we should be avoiding nowadays, or any programmer that steps into this world should be avoiding?
Martin, want to take that one first?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I know that Oleg mentioned, characterized it as sort of like there's a lot of fear around the regulatory space, but for someone who's been in the technology policy space for a very long time, I would carry it. It's like very exciting. This is about as exciting as it gets in the technology regulatory space. What we've seen from the different jurisdictions, all of the major countries who are players in the AI space have come out with sort of directional sort of announcements, be it through draft propositions or indeed in the U.S. context, the Biden administration's executive order on regulating AI. But they're all at this stage very directional. What we're going to expect to see is like enforcement mechanisms are going to take time to come into place. So what we have now is an indication of like directionally what is going to be interesting to avoid and what is going to be top of mind in terms of what does responsible AI, a subset of responsible AI being compliant AI, so legally compliant AI, going to look like. Some of the hot button sort of open issues are copyright. So what is the copyrightability of generative AI produced content? What is the relationship between the potentially copyrighted content that generative AI, like foundational models, for example, were trained on, not to mention the space of generative visual models. So these are open questions. I think that it is interesting. Like a lot of it is actually a really old question, right? Common sense responses to this absolutely still hold today. Don't share PII with a third-party service. This has nothing to do with generative AI or large language models. It is the same standards that we would expect from a well-functioning enterprise security operating model. And again, to sort of what organizations can do in terms of differentiating is like have a good data governance policy. And I know that doesn't come around very often, but yeah, a lot of the best practices that have applied for other AI systems are still relevant in the generative AI context. And as the regulatory landscape continues to evolve, we'll get a lot of clarity on what we should be specifically avoiding from a legal context. But I think folks who work in AI and people who work on designing AI-driven experiences have a good intuition as to what a responsible AI experience is that they want to be building and want to be bringing into market.
Yeah, I think legal question regarding protection of IP is one of the big challenges, especially when you start generating. There are some kind of practices, like for example, Apache recommend to tag generated code separately in Git repository and have some generated like tag just to be able to identify what code was generated and what code was created by a human. I think it will, but I think the legal cases, they still ongoing. So, and we don't know how all of this will be interpreted in court. So I think we still need time to develop more practices and how handle one situation versus another. This definitely scare our customers. So it's why we're actually trying to build some accelerators which will help them at least handle some situation. Like, for example, track who is sending and what they're sending, like their employees are sending to these OpenAI services. At least they will have the opportunity to figure out what leakage they had. And there are a couple of cases when employees leaked like sensitive information, and companies like OpenAI. So I don't think it's like they have like enterprise level grade security around that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will develop it, but this is ongoing. And the majority of big cloud providers, they building the services, but this is actually another challenge because they are not really compatible with each other. So you want to have one single point of contact, how you can integrate your application and switch from Bedrock to OpenAI from Microsoft, because I'm pretty sure it will be some race between them. They will introduce new features, they will introduce new interesting models, and you should have ability to switch between them and compare the performance, or use for one use case one model and use for another use case another model.
Yeah, the race is definitely here. What companies are doing in this kind of times of legal uncertainty, if you call it, my customers, they choose first use cases to work on to be the internal ones. That's the strategy. So kind of, eat your own dog food, test something for your own employees before you go build some.
I think Juan is having some issues with connection.
Yeah, I think. Martin,
just curious.
I would just challenge you a bit or provoke you a bit, actually, because before Alec was talking really about kind of, a closed enterprise space where you have always a chance actually to apply generative AI to the set of legacy code, to the set of legacy documents and so on. And at the same time, we are talking about challenges related to IPR issues, right? Why don't we just focus on those close corporate spaces and don't try just to solve everything? Would it make sense just starting small and then just providing applicability and also experience with those systems that promise us a lot?
Yeah, I think actually what your point actually relates to one of the questions that I do see popped into. It's very much related to one of the questions that we just see from community. So if I can actually just interject that into this, we can address it immediately. Building that intuition is critical right now. So indeed, starting with the closed spaces where capability development in a familiar and safe space can really empower an organization to better leverage and better address these kind of challenges is really critical at this stage. So we do see a lot of people investing in generative AI use cases that may or may not be like perfectly aligned with like maximum ROI, but the tangential benefit of doing that now, doing that early, is building the capabilities within the workforce to be able to have that dialogue, to be able to assess use cases and implementation strategies for generative AI. And the question I'm specifically sort of referring to is someone asked, like, what's advice for someone getting into data engineering within the generative sort of AI, like within the context of this conversation? And the answer is build that intuition, both at an individual level and at an enterprise level. Invest in capability development in safe spaces with small bite-sized problems where you have comfortable, secure access to the use case that you can use to then develop the capability and scale that out to a rapidly evolving both technical and regulatory and business landscape. That everything is changing very quickly, and the right way to navigate that is to have a workforce that are like comfortable with that rate of change.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for employees to figure out how to talk to all this, how to use this OpenAI, like their LLM services, because it's not like you LLM can actually ask you some questions. So this is why prompt engineering is very important, because you have to be really careful what you're asking for, because you have to be very precise. You have to explain how exactly you're going to get some results. And I think there are a lot of trainings right now from prompt engineering and how it should be done. I think this is an area very new for everybody, and it's rapidly developing. I think it's an opportunity for our all education kind of companies, and how to teach people using common language how to explain what they want. Surprisingly, it's not always easy. Surprisingly, we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out what exactly needs to be built and how to even explain it to engineers. Explaining it to models like LLM, I think even more challenging. And this is where we need to start actually investing. And if I would start from the beginning right now, I probably would focus on prompt engineering first and start adopting other advanced techniques like LangChains and other frameworks later.
It even seems like all of you are using AI right now, to read the questions that you don't see, and the audience just asked something that you answered right now. So thank you for that. And I'm just curious. So in terms of, we've spoken a lot about technical challenges, we've spoken about legal challenges. Martin, maybe a question to you. In terms of responsible AI, how do we adopt this in production?
Yeah, I think that's.
How do we make it real?
Yeah, I think beyond that. So the question sort of answers itself. I would say the foundation to being able to successfully bring a generative AI application into production is it kind of two-part. So we've talked about it a lot in this panel already. So one is really honestly figuring out where to play, right? Separating out where can generative AI contribute genuine value versus what's hype. And part of that, I would say, is really rooted in understanding what LLMs are and are not good at, what they are and are not doing. And there's still a huge amount of misconceptions that I hear every day. People, because the output is so conversational and so fluid, people tend to think that this, because it's very human-like in terms of the linguistic structure, people tend to mistake these are not thinking machines. There's no reasoning going on. There's no semantic representation, which is part of the hallucination problem. From an LLM perspective, it's a statistical language model, which is beautiful and elegant, but it's not going to solve problems that require reasoning. And so what we see evolving are this set of LLM applications that are really responsible for sort of that last layer of an experience, but the importance of things like good semantic search, RAG type architectures, it's still profoundly part of it. Another thing that we touched on, the companies that have historically and continue to invest in meticulously curated owned data assets, those are the ones who are going to be well positioned to bring a differentiated solution to market. There's no shortcut. And as we see the commoditization of LLMs, that's going to become more and more prominent, right? Anyone with a credit card and an internet connection can give the default experience of any one of the foundational models that exist out there. And they're all going to produce really spectacularly beautiful prose. But will it make sense in a way that it can actually move the needle in these sort of business-oriented tasks? I would say that's where curated owned data assets are going to be the real differentiator. So figuring out where to play, being honest about what LLMs are good for and what they're not, definitely the first step towards making it real in production. Secondly, we talked about LLM ops. So how do we measure success of a generative AI system? And this is a new paradigm. We're very good in terms of classic AI, things like classification, regression models, of connecting and associating the output of these AI systems with an actual return on investment. Generative AI changes that paradigm. And at a very, very low level, a very simple example, a generative AI system, let's say just a foundational LLM, can produce a piece of text that I think is one of the nicest things that I've ever read. And at the same time, Valentina might think this is an absolute piece of crap, and we can both be right. That's complicated. The ambiguity around assessing the output of an LLM system needs to be solved in an honest way so that we can start to have LLM ops and association with the return on investment. So this is new. It's very different than things like a classification model where we can say, wow, this is performing at 99.8% success, and that corresponds to a specific ROI in terms of the domain and the application in which it's deployed.
Yeah, I think that the important part of this productionalization is still data. And I think this journey that companies started a long time ago, trying to organize their data, switching on data product concept, bring their knowledge management system in order, trying to collect this knowledge and curate this knowledge, it's still ongoing. And we've seen, like, most of the failures that we've seen, like in the past, wasn't because we didn't have a good model to predict. Most probably we didn't have a good data to train model to predict the right things, or we never will get this data in kind of when we need it. And this is still a challenge. And I don't think this is anything changed, but that's definitely generative AI adding additional capabilities. Like there are a lot of new solutions when you use generative AI to generate queries to your data, hopefully get some answers. But if you don't have a good data catalog with a clear explanation how it's mapped to business entities, I don't believe LLM will answer any question. So you should continue.
It will. You will just not like the answers.
It'll just make something up.
Because it's what's supposed to do. But I actually want to quote former CTO of H&M. I met him at the conference this year, and he said something that really stuck in my head. He said, if your IT organization is telling you that they cannot do something because there's not enough data, fire your IT organization, find a new one. And I think this is...
no.
Yeah, I think we lost Valentina again, yeah. Colleagues, just one comment from my side. I think we are also a bit overplaying a bit with generative AI in terms of our requirements to it, right? Because in terms of the data requirements, it's not something specific and just related to generative AI, right? It's about everything, yeah, starting with some IT systems, yeah, normal AI, yeah, rule-based systems, and so on and so forth, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is related to AI, yeah, and we
he's listening to us, guys. Every time we try to say something very interesting, it sounds like someone is listening to us, and I believe this is an AI.
Just playing with the internet
Please
connection.
carry on, Mike. We can hear you.
Yeah, and just one small comment actually, yeah, and specifically for AI. So once again, I belong to the old generation, right? And I do remember actually our expectations to play in an open world assumption, right? It was one of the most philosophical concepts actually for us, yeah, that the AI can be uncertain, yeah, not a rule-based system, but something what AI can learn actually, yeah, and then provide kind of, you know, recommendations, and sometimes subjective and uncertain, right? It was really a feature. And now we talk about the blockers, and at the same time, it's a feature of AI. It's a nature of AI, let's say, yeah. And that is why, once again, probably we are just we have a wrong approach to work with generative AI, right? And we need to change our philosophy a bit, yeah, and start with kind of, you know, main principles or manifest actually, yeah, how to deal with AI, yeah, including responsible AI, trustful, you name it, right? So those things. And for me, it's one of the biggest values actually, yeah, that's the way how we provide learning, the new ways of learning, and the new ways of automation, and time to value from a business perspective, which can be achieved much faster in comparison to deep learning, in comparison to neural networks, in comparison to something else, right? So that's probably the main value, and that's something where we need to stress our next challenges and customer engagements in the near future.
Absolutely.
I think it's one of the challenges for kind of AI first enterprise system. So when we build something, we need to keep in mind that whatever we're building, whatever information we're collecting, we need to remember that at some point we'll need this information to train our models, AI, and it should be complete, it should have a good quality, it should follow some regulations, and this changed the whole paradigm how enterprise building their ecosystem. I think it's coming from data and how you actually present it, rather than focusing on automation of some specific operational kind of routines.
Yeah, some companies are figuring out how to sell their data. We see a lot of data marketplaces being, popping up here and there. It's completely new kind of line of business in data analytics. Yeah, I concur with that.
Just curious, guys, when we are productionalizing stuff, do we see like tendencies that open source is winning the race for large language models or no? What's your point of view on that?
So I can share from experience. Companies do experiment with open source a lot, like a lot. But when it comes to putting something into a solution, they go with those big cloud providers and they use the APIs because of the problems that we've talked earlier, liability, security, all that kind of stuff. And the other thing is that companies don't really know how to run and operate those LLMs on their own efficiently. So when you do the exercise of comparing, cost of using an API and cost of like compute power to run, this foundational model on your, in your own environment, it's pretty much the same. So at least the companies in my vertical, they're taking a safe route, but they do try everything else. So it doesn't stop them, which is surprising because some of the companies I worked with, they had a very, say, conservative views on open source in general. Okay, but now even they are starting to kind of play with that.
Yeah, I think it's still evolving. Definitely, there is a reason why the incumbent cloud providers are so successful in terms of offering these services. And to be honest, they're doing a great job. A lot of the concerns that we've seen around security, around intellectual property, all of these terrible headlines that we've seen, they've heard that and evolved their offerings, including things like putting in policies around very, very clear data processing that happens when you call these APIs within a cloud ecosystem. That being said, the one I think advantage that we're going to see specifically within production deployment of LLMs, where open source models can offer a differentiated experience, is around version controlling, right? So if we have the latest and greatest GPT-4 Turbo coming out, there's a lot of hype, a lot of enthusiasm. I know there's announcements around the functionality expected just announced this week. Nonetheless, when the cloud provider decides that they want to implement a backend, a change to the model, a change to the foundational model, an update in the versioning, what you get through the API is this new model. There's no ability to impact that as a consumer. So if those changes break some of your production workflows in space, it's a matter of catching up. With open source models, there's the ability to do version controlling at a much more fine grain. So the trade-off is that indeed there's an overhead in terms of having to take responsibility for that, having to host it, or either within your cloud ecosystem or within some sort of owned infrastructure. But the benefit is a lot more control into how your model is going to behave and the ability to build stable production workflows on a fixed version of a model, and systematically bring in sort of that foundational component, so the LLM component of that system at your discretion, rather than take what's available.
What's your favorite list of open source LLM?
Oh,
we're having lots of questions like that in our thread, to be honest.
I think it's very hard to, even being super deeply connected to the space right now. It's hard to keep track of all of the different sort of players entering the space. I know they're numerous, right? This is really starting to reach that commoditization sort of piece. What I would say is I do like the Hugging Face approach to having an ecosystem where benchmarking can be sort of standardized and publicly visible. So if you were to, it changes every day, but if I were to, take a real pragmatic answer at that, I would go and look at like what's hot, what's come out since the last time I looked at it, and how are those models performing against benchmarks that are sort of interesting, and what might map to the application that I'm interested in using it for. And then there's like licensing, which is a whole other can of worms I don't think we really have scope for in this forum.
By the way, just curious, Oleg, being like head of the competency center, can you recall like an accelerator, an in-house built incubator, trainings, whatever, that we have developed specifically for our young talents so they can get up to speed with prompt engineering and with AI?
Yeah, EPAM is investing a lot in this kind of LLM, and we developed like number of trainings. I think there is one kind of mandatory training which is recommended to everybody. It's prompt engineering. It's available on our internal like system. I'm not sure if it's available outside of EPAM. And there are many pods which are testing new technologies and playing with new models and trying to combine them and apply them to some specific business cases. And we're just measuring the success and see which kind of experiments are much more promising. We're definitely investing into infrastructure. Means that we have some accelerators which help you to, like for enterprise, to be the single point of contact to your ecosystem. So you can switch between different cloud providers, you can monitor, you can measure some cost and so on. This is one hot topic that most of our customers are asking. It's help us to do some kind of like easy jump and start onboarding. It's relatively fast because enterprise people like usually ask all of these questions. And definitely code generation. It's my favorite topic. We truly believe that this LLM approach has a lot of benefits in the future. So far, I don't think it can replace an engineer at some point of time, but it definitely can significantly accelerate performance. The system like Copilot can save your time writing code, reading documentation. You still need to validate it because of hallucination. So sometimes it generates something that is not supposed to compile at all because such libraries just literally they don't exist. But you have to be careful. You should know what you're doing. But if you have a good engineering background and you have experience, it accelerates development like sometime even a couple times. It depends on how many like routine kind of operation you have to do every day.
I think I love the topic of, and it is a really exciting and like well discussed topic around developer productivity and specifically code generation. But I think when I think about this problem, it goes back to again like what are the foundational models good at? What is the data that they were trained on, and how do you map that to, again, this idea of like where to play? I think that the current tools that we have right now are trained largely on small snippets of code, right? These bite-sized sort of functions. And so the applications in terms of software generation that they're really excelling at are the ones that map well to the data that they've been trained on. Right. I haven't seen really fantastic upside. Maybe it's a visibility issue. I mean, I'd love to see if folks do have examples where generative assistive tool has come up with like great architectural blueprints or like full like multi-component code bases. That's a little bit more dubious. But for writing like way better doc strings than I'll ever produce in my life, and small modular pieces of like elegant and syntactically beautiful and clean code, absolutely, right? And that comes from the fact that this is the corpus that they were trained on. The companies invested in the next generation of LLM production are curating data assets, specifically having software developers curate data assets to train that next layer in terms of complexity. But what we have right now is really well suited to the more bite-sized problems.
Yes, I want to confirm the same observation, because when we try to feed the whole like module, like multi like 1,000 lines of code into like OpenAI, surprisingly, these behaviors was like less predictable. Let's say this one. It's worked much better with small chunk of code. It generates much better code, and in most cases you can use it as is without significant changes. But if you try to feed the really long context, it's surprisingly behaves not very well. So I think it's one of the technique is just splitting code to chunks and do all of this kind of magic regarding like reverse engineering or architecture using some other tools. So at least for now, I don't think it's ready for more complex tasks. But when we're talking about snippets and help to create some not significant amount of code, like I think this is one, it's definitely promising.
I think we had a chance actually to give a bunch of different ideas for new technological startups, right?
I want to, if it's all right, Dmitro, I saw that there was a question specifically on responsible AI that we didn't get to dig into as deeply as I would like. I think when we talk about integrating responsible AI into the way that we develop these technologies, it starts with, absolutely, it's critical. It starts with intent, right? Organizations need to have a clear path on like what is the relationship between that organization, the corporate culture, the business outcomes, and and how AI plays a role in that. So the starting point for a good responsible AI implementation, let's say, is being clear about intent and communicating that both internally and externally. I think from that, what we see in the market right now in terms of assessing specific products, specific workflows, specific algorithms and data assets, there's an abundance of tools and frameworks. Some better, some worse. I think that they are plentiful. The difficulty is applying them meaningfully to the AI system or the component where AI is driving a piece of the workflow, so that you're considering it holistically, not just, an algorithm can't be evil or good. It's a matter of meaningfully putting a responsible AI framework around the data assets, the way that they're used for model training, the model itself, the way that it's monitored, and the way that it's applied, which is within a larger landscape of how does it impact the humans who are using it, how the humans that are interfacing with it, and obviously how does it comply with, or how does it comply with like the regulatory landscape, right? So legal compliance is a part of responsible AI. Intent and intent of how we want to use AI is a bigger picture, a bigger story that I think that organizations should be embracing. And getting that right will take a lot of the load off of the product, the developers, the experienced designers, the folks actually building this work, so that they can really focus in an unambiguous way on building out those really exciting and amazing experiences without the cognitive burden of wondering, like, is this responsible? Is this right? Is this compliant with like a complex and evolving regulatory landscape? So I hope that's a little bit more to that specific question. I really appreciate whoever asked that.
Yeah, that was great, and thanks for covering that, Martin. I think we've all done a great job today. The audience was super active. Thanks for your questions, guys. Thanks for our speakers, guys. You're great. So many questions unveiled. Really interesting topics, and I believe we can speak on this subject matter, on this subject area for, I believe, probably the next 15 hours. And I hope that this wrapping up session for today's conference will be just a start for new conferences, and hopefully next year it will be even more challenging with new LLM models definitely to be published, new challenges for us and for all of those who will be dealing with them. Be wise, stay tuned, guys, and thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Hi, my name is Kolesnykov, and I'm responsible for growth and development of data analytics branch in Ukraine, where data science, machine learning, and AI take the spotlight. It's a great honor for me to be part of Autumn Data Conference 2023. Here at EPAM, we contribute a lot in people's development. We're upskilling into cutting-edge technologies to empower data science, machine learning, and AI capabilities. Throughout the conference day, you may realize the true transformative power of data science in AI. Ukrainian team of data scientists and ML engineers organically complement our global team, 400 enthusiastic professionals. Our customers highly valued our expertise, dedication, and diligence. We crafted more than 10 unique educational programs for our people to become better in the field of data science and AI. For our customers, we developed more than 20 AI enablement programs to respond to their needs way faster. I'd like to thank you for attending our conference today, and let's harness the world of data together.
Cloud data migration is a complex process of transferring data to the cloud from sources such as data warehouses and databases and modernizing their associated data processing pipelines, reports, and legacy applications. EPAM is ready to support clients end-to-end from comprehensive migration assessment to migration execution and reconciliation using our tools. One of our signature solutions is Mikhail Analytics. It speeds up the discovery process with automated inventory scanning and analysis and the automatic generation of a migration roadmap. Mikhail Analytics allows to discover all inventory and optimize the scope. Unlock the boundless potential of your business together with us. Contact us on epam.com. Generative AI. We bring production-ready solutions to expedite clients in Gen AI transformation. We have Gen AI Innovation Hub, ready-to-use POC and accelerators and cross-functional team of experts to support our clients. Generative AI Virtual Tutor Assistant. EPAM Virtual Tutor is an Gen AI-powered L&D accelerator designed to provide a personalized learning experience to various groups of students via quizzes, flashcards, Socratic learning. Personalized MetaHuman Assistant. Virtual Assistant is a question and answer solution powered by LLM and conversational interfaces for a broad spectrum of tasks supported. Unlock the boundless potential of your business together with us. Contact us on epam.com.
Hello, everyone. Okay. So conference is over. Yeah, let me share my final slides, and that'll be all for today. Yeah. Okay. You see my screen, guys? Yeah. So conference is over, no speakers ahead. We can exhale. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all for your attendance, for proactive participants. I'd like to thanks our speakers for really comprehensive content, really challenging information. You guys provided lots of information for us to contemplate on. I'd like to thank you, our participants for roundtable. Your discussion, like live discussion, was very greatly appreciated by our audience. The most questions were addressed to you. I'd like to thank our moderators, our team. Guys, you did a really good job. So, and now it's time to share the results for our nominations. And yeah, let me do this. The first nomination was Stay Tuned. There were almost 60 participants took part in this challenge, and as I announced earlier, 5 of those participants will get our annual subscription to LinkedIn trainings. So guys, please welcome our winners, and other 5 will be posted on our Hall of Fame. Kudos to you guys. Next nomination was Stay Tuned. As we announced before, this nomination is for the most interesting, challenging questions, and our speakers, after their call, were busy with selecting the particular question. So, and finally, we've got like these 3 winners. It's Alexei Romenko, who asked his great question to engineering stream. It's Olga Abend for her question in vision and strategy stream, and Volkov D. Me for his question in architecture and storytelling. Guys, you were the best. Your prizes are waiting for you. We will contact you and provide you all the necessary information how to obtain these prizes. Yeah, and the last nomination is Be Social. As I said, there were 2 winners nominated for their nice post in social media. You can see them on my screen. This is Bilila Tefera and Evry Naidin. Guys, thank you a lot for taking part in our challenge, in our nomination. We will contact you and share all the necessary information how to obtain our prize. I'd like to add that conference has almost 700 unique logins, and I'm pretty sure that there will be 10 times more reviews afterwards. And before we close the conference, I'd like to remind you that your feedback is extremely valuable to us. We will take your feedback into account, and definitely in 2024 Autumn Data Conference, you will see a better version of us. Thanks, and see you soon.